No, but here our gas is getting worse. No, this is something separate. It's going to do like a used car. We don't know. It can't be here.
But it should be good for a while.
If you're going to file, you might as well go to the second floor and try to get one here.
See, we're supposed to get it like inside.
Yeah, but that's now you
Arriving outside the court.
especially if you're going to the second floor.
Parties are shuffling in.
No, of course not. Of course. Yeah, of course.
See if we can get this. There we go. Full screen. If it's not showing properly still.
That's yours. Don't bring us yours. No, not like that.
They're pulling out?
Yeah, of course.
They're pulling out?
No, I'll come back. Gotta go live. No, I'll come back. Yeah. Gotta go live.
Hold on. Not that clear, but we're missing a little bit of the margin there.
Should have never agreed to work that race car. This is going to go long. We're supposed to be at Cipriani.
Sure lights.
Check-ins at 4:30. I don't recognize it.
It's a little bit better.
Oh yeah, the motor gets it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
All right, so we have a ton of security outside the courthouse. That entire block is effectively shut down as usual.
I'm supposed to be in place on 42nd Street.
They set up a marshal's office as well. And they're showing those security provisions and effectively checking everybody who comes in through this makeshift checkpoint. these must be reporters or other officials showing up.
Go to the side entrance.
Looks like they've recognized court staff that are coming in. Pearl and Center Street. The biker coming in, showing an identification, being directed elsewhere.
Where is he playing? What's exact?
Oh, it says crime, family, and it's the Godfather music. Yeah, that's what it is.
I thought
I thought that was, yeah, when I first started, I was like, oh, I thought he was playing it live. So that's pretty impressive.
The audio appears to be tangled up with either reporters or New York police that are near the camera. So I wanted to think about, what kind of argument would be strong for President Trump. Let me turn off my other music here so we can really hear what's going on. So now that I've turned that off, the closing argument I think that would be strong here is obviously nothing will work. Nothing is going to change the mind of Hobo Judge Engoron, right? We already knew that at the outset of this entire case when it went to trial. So knowing that and everything that's happened and the traps that they've tried to lay, you're kind of limited in what you can do. And I'm comparing this to maybe Eric Nelson's closing statement during the George Floyd trial. And, Eric Nelson really botched that case up when he could have just said that George Floyd, we didn't have the autopsy results showing that he had drug toxicity and that he was high and that his ability, his heart's ability to function properly was impaired by his drug use. And more importantly, his blood oxygen level was such that law enforcement use of force would not have caused him to tragically pass. So, I'm thinking about the closing argument in this case and how badly Eric Nelson botched that case because he never brought up those cases. He never presented it properly. He could have just had a poster that had all of these facts, just very large font, showing that to the jury. We don't have a jury in this case. And we've discussed this. Agent X has discussed this regarding the constitutional separation between a traditional criminal court and a court of equity, law of equity, and how constitutionally, technically, a state court does not have to provide a jury in these civil contexts. However, this is a quasi-enforcement action, so you could argue otherwise. However, the point is that they've tried to blame our Jersey Queen, Alina Habba, for not checking the checkbox regarding the right to a jury trial, which is completely ridiculous considering the fact that this is a court of equity with respect to this case. And so, technically speaking, this right never actually existed. It's really up to the discretion of the court. And since it is up to the discretion of the court, the fault for the lack of jury finding is Hobo Judge Engoron. Hobo Judge Engoron could have reversed that or could have brought in jury potentially. I haven't researched all the ins and outs of it, but this is really Engoron's fault. And the other thing here is that, so in the closing statement, yeah, I would have posters, I would have presentations, I'd have videos, and I would just talk about the ridiculousness of the Mar-a-Lago decision, the fact that Fat Cow Greenfield wrote a decision
He's inside.
valuing Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, which is less than what it was bought for in the 80s and 90s. So, yeah, and now we have the New York State court system trying to say that there's a bunch of false and fake and gay. There's a New York Post story here. I'd pull it up, but since we have the live stream going, I won't. I'm going to read the New York Post story as I just received it. I think I have my phone here. Okay, so there's a New York Post story that just came out at 9:22 a.m. Eastern Time, so a few minutes ago, and the headline reads, Judge Engoron receives bomb threat ahead of closing arguments in Trump's $370 million civil fraud trial. So it's just fake. These are just fake allegations, and they're using this again as a way to claim that anything Trump says or does, including if Trump shows up to this, and I'm unclear whether or not Trump is actually traveling to show up for closing argument. I think he is, but if he's not, we won't see Trump during lunch breaks or other breaks give stump speeches outside of the courtroom. And if we do, this is Judge Engoron's treatment, so to speak, of whatever speech is given during those breaks, meaning Engoron is going to imply effectively that these are, Trump is somehow, the whole January 6th bullshit. It's, whatever Trump says is somehow going to incite others to, and this is just, it's just fake and stupid. I'm sure it's just totally wrong. It's probably something from, and I'm reading the article right now, of course they have Al Baker, who's the PR spokesman for the New York State court system. And Al Baker said, he told the New York Post, at this moment we expect the proceedings to go forward. So that just tells you that it's fake, and that they don't actually consider this a credible or legitimate allegation. Now the Nassau County Police Department confirmed that cops responded to a, quote, swatting incident or a bogus threat made to police to spark their dangerous response at a Great Neck home around 5:30 a.m. before clearing the threat. The New York City Police Department, however, wouldn't confirm whether it was the judge's home. Wow, okay. Interesting. Trump's lawyers had asked Engoron to delay closing after the Tuesday passing of President Trump's mother-in-law, the former president. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading it. Okay. Engoron denied the request, saying it would cause too much disruption to court staff. Is on. Trump yesterday on Truth Social said that Letitia James is working closely together to screw me with Hobo Judge Engoron. As we just talked about, Engoron blocked President Trump from delivering closing remarks. Said that Hobo Judge issued unusual conditions. Bobo Judge and Goron said that Trump would have to agree on the record to abide by the same limits that lawyers must follow. But Trump lawyer Christopher Kise said he would advise against his client agreeing to the limitations which he claimed were unfair. President Trump posted on Truth Social in all caps, quote, "I would like to personally do the closing argument," unquote. Trump said in the post following the judge's denial earlier in the day, and this is again in all caps, "This is a rigged, unfair trial." The article has been out for really only a few minutes, and there's already 111 comments. If I refresh, I'm sure there'll be 200 comments. So, according to this article, if I'm reading it correctly, in Goron's house, someone, called in a fake swatting allegation. Again, this is unconfirmed. No one knows if it's true. But it was reported by Al Baker, who, as we know, is the chief interference officer for the New York State court system. Oh, we got more. By the way, so again, that's my recommendation. I got a little bit delayed in saying what I would talk about during the closing argument, and I would say that, just bring up the fact that Mar-a-Lago was valued at $18 million, but it was bought for far more in the 80s or 90s by President Trump in today's money. So that tells you the property has gained significant value since the point of purchase. So it's just really ridiculous, and I would put all of this in a poster. I would show this. Not that it's going to really make a difference, of course, because Goron has already made his decision. The decision is already written, and the poster is going to be then, showed to Goron, who, it's not going to make any sort of impact. But, those are the sorts of things that I would raise. And I'd have basically the real money value of when it was purchased and when it was valued by Fat Cow Allison Greenfield. We have an Associated Press. Let me switch this stream actually. Let's see if we can get this, because otherwise, well, let's see. No, this is fine.
Okay. Now I just need a balance off. 37, 36, 38, 41.
We got the Guidos out here in front of the courtroom, room 300. The incest-ridden Guidos. All the court staff showing up here, coming in through room 300. And it's so ironic and insulting for Judge Engoron to talk about the setup for the New York State court system and the New York City Police Department to provide for all these hearings. It's President Trump, it's the federal government that's actually directing all this through the Secret Service. And so if anyone knows about the costs, not just in financial amounts, but also just in the cost of, all other expenses, emotional, mental, whatever, it is President Trump, because President Trump has been doing this now for, 8 years, 7 years. Let's switch this. Hold on, let me, Play. See if we can switch. No, that's not it. It's not the correct link. this is the correct link. Which one is better? Don't know. One's a little bit darker. This one is a little bit darker.
I'm good.
I mean, again, but this is a unique situation because it doesn't really matter what you say at closing. The only thing that matters is President Trump showing up and speaking outside the courtroom during his breaks. Boop-a-doo. All the Guidos showing up. I think that's Cliff Roberts, though. He's not a Guido. We have the usual suspects. We have the same court officers outside the courtroom. The same little stunted man who looks like he's got Down syndrome. And the incest Guido, and then we have the short little black man. Some of them are still wearing masks. Incredible. I mean, that tells you all you need to know about this case. You know why they're wearing masks. Oh, look at they're hugging each other. I mean, they're so happy that they get this chance to steal the Trump organization. You know, I was going to make a video comparing Fat Cow Greenfield to SBF Sam Bankman-Fried. Because of the fact that what she's doing here, she's stealing the Trump organization. She's stealing millions of dollars from the Trump family. See, we got our little short black man there. I shouldn't. We got this woman here who always shows up in all those pictures with Letitia James. We got this tall baller dude who shows up. These guys are practically celebrities at this point. I'm sure they are within the little Guido networks. Ooh. Ooh. You know, this door is constantly opening and closing. You would think that if anyone has common sense in this situation, they would keep the door open. Right? And then close it when the hearing begins. Why are they constantly opening and closing the door? It's just like these people lack common sense. Keep the door open. You got, you know, people wearing masks, concerned about germs and stuff, right? Well, you're not going to be touching the door if it's opening. If it's open every time. So, you just got Chris Keiss here. Cliff Roberts. They're going into some side room together.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, every time you have to go into the courtroom, you touch the door, right? And considering the number of people that are going in and out, you would think that there would be some bacteria on that door handle thing that people are pushing on. So why not just keep the whole thing open? Meanwhile, you got idiots wearing masks. It's just New York City for you. It's a third world country as far as I'm concerned. New York City is a third world country. I don't know, maybe, you know, here's the thing though too, is this is just incredibly ridiculous hearing, because if you could, you would talk about the donations that Allison Greenfield made, and you would have another poster of all the clubs that she attended, all the donations she made, and then you would show the videos of her. But you can't do that because of the gag order, right? And so that's a structural issue with the trial and this closing argument. That fire hose looks like it's from the 70s. I mean, are you serious right now? You think that fire hose actually works? There's no way that fire hose works. I bet you they haven't even tested it. The infrastructure in New York City is failing. I mean, this is a great representation of that. Meanwhile, they're going after Donald Trump, who has contributed significant amounts of money to the economy over the last 50 years. And not just Donald Trump, you know, real estate developers in general are getting a clear message here from this trial. But, you know, the point is that, like, just look at the infrastructure in this building. They don't even have money to fix the whole fire suppression system. And, you know, I've worked projects for a company called Trane, for example, and it was, you know, Trane does a lot of HVAC, venting stuff in buildings, as well as chillers and all kinds of other stuff. And they have systems that you can log in and change temperatures and humidity levels in buildings, commercial buildings like this. And the cost to retrofit a courthouse like this, that is probably, 100 years old, maybe even older than that. See, in the Midwest and most other parts of the country, they would just knock this fucker down and build it brand new. Or alternatively, maybe they would keep the facade of the building and completely remodel the interior, you know. And this is New York City, you know. So they don't give a shit. Just live in a shithole, third world country style. I bet you that door is the Paul G. Feynman ceremonial courtroom door is 30 years old. That's my bet. What is that, like mahogany or something? The wood? You got your baller Guido here, the guy who looks like he's about 7 feet tall, talking to the other Guidos. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. It's sad. Because, I mean, the things that you need to be able to say, you can't say because of this gag order. Yeah, and even if all of this information had come out an hour before closing argument to try and shrink the timeline for Hobo Judge and Goron to issue these gag orders, I don't even know, and then you were, somehow able to bring up all these facts regarding Backhow Greenfield and her political contributions and stuff and all the videos. I think Hobo Judge and Goron would still issue the gag orders within minutes and still try and impair Chris Kice and Alina Habba and Cliff Robert from making the arguments that they need to make. Now, I realize, again, that Alina Habba is not technically an attorney in this case because she hasn't signed the pleadings and stuff because of the fact that Kevin Doyle is going after a grievance committee attorney in New York. And again, we have a video coming out about Kevin Doyle and his corruption and his misconduct and his abuse of his role in government in New York, which is not surprising. Seems like all these Irish and Guido types have, over the years, routinely and repeatedly abused their positions. Keep the door open. What the hell? Idiots. Dumb. I mean, maybe they're doing it because there's cameras right there and they want to somehow provide privacy for the clowns inside of the courtroom that are there on behalf of Letitia James.
Well, thank you very much. As you know, we consider this an unconstitutional witch hunt. It's election interference at the highest level. It's a disgrace. It's in coordination with the White House and Joe Biden because he can't win a campaign fairly. And we're going through it, but it is indeed a terrible witch hunt. We're going to have a news conference a little bit later on. As you know, I want to speak. I want to make the summation. At this moment, the judge is not letting me make the summation because I'll bring up things that he doesn't want to hear. And it's a very unfair trial. Nobody's seen anything like this. I don't think they've ever seen anything like this. We have a situation where a statute was used that doesn't give me a jury, so I have no jury. I really have no rights, and it's and nobody thinks it's constitutional. People, legal scholars are writing about it like it's something they've never seen before. So it's interference, it's political interference, and it's something that shouldn't be allowed. So I am hoping to speak and help my lawyers reveal all of the defects of this case. It should have never been brought. very, very strong financial statements. They thought it was the opposite. They had no idea because I'm a private company. Then they saw them knock their socks off. They couldn't believe it. But great financial statements. Everything is good. We have a level of detail in our defense that nobody's ever had. This is a case that should have never been brought, and it was brought. And it's very unfair, and it's very bad for New York State. Companies are fleeing, people are fleeing, the streets are crime-ridden, and Letitia James, that's all she thinks about is get Trump. She's been dreaming about it for years, and it's, it's not the way a state should be run, because this is a state that's been in big trouble. You have all the businesses fleeing, and you have the people fleeing, the people that pay taxes. People that don't pay taxes are coming in, so that's not what you want. So I want to thank you. We're going to have a news conference today around, we don't know the time, we'll notify you, but sometime in the early afternoon at 40 Wall Street. So we'll give a news conference where we can actually speak and have a microphone here, because even that they don't want us to have. They really don't want us to speak too much. So we'll see whether or not the judge allows me to speak. Perhaps he won't, but I certainly would like to. Thank you very much.
Wow. So, President Trump reiterated the fact that Bubba Judge Engoron will not allow him to speak, and that his defense has been extremely detailed. And effectively sort of implying that anything he says is going to be somehow construed as a violation of whatever gag order that the Bubba judge has entered against him. So, what do you do in this situation? I mean, you're between a rock and a hard place. Nearly impossible to escape. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for anyone else to show up here, looks like the usual suspects are outside the courtroom. I wanted to quickly jump into that motion with Nathan Wade and the allegation regarding Fani Willis. Indeed, he did bill 24 hours for one day, which could have been a clerical mistake, depending on whatever invoice software they're using or whatever. He has entries where he talked to the January 6th committee. He has expenses where he ate at the Grove next to the White House. It's totally insane. We're assuming that he was meeting with White House counsel at that restaurant, The Grove. Well, let's take a look. None of these people seem to be... Probably got the only guy they had over 6'3", this Guido here. To show up for this case. All right, so what time is it? It's 9:02 here, so it's 10 Eastern. Closing arguments, according to that email chain, begin for President Trump at 10:15. So 9:15 Central, 10:15 Eastern. So in about 13 minutes. So what that means is they're just kind of setting up their paperwork, whatever presentation they're going to provide in the courtroom right now, or maybe just doing some last minute finalizations of any comments. Looking at news, seeing what's going on, seeing if there's just any new bombshell allegations that come through here. I'm reading some of the comments from this live stream the Associated Press has put out. We've got a lot of trolls, radical liberal trolls here. Next thing you know, they're going to blame any supporter of President Trump for anything that goes wrong here.
I mean, you're on the list of it. Just confirm.
They really should have audio in the courtroom for closing arguments. I mean, the D.C. Court of Appeals, which is notoriously anti-cameras, anti-anything in the courtroom, had audio for oral argument a couple days ago. So, I mean, it's just the New York State court system. This is up to the discretion of Judge Engoron, but I mean, you would think that having an audio live streamed out would be critical to understand Letitia James's case, as well as the defenses provided by the Trump Organization. Okay, so there's an all rise you could hear, kind of. That means that Judge Engoron is coming into the courtroom. That means that this hearing is beginning, and it's about 10:05 a.m. Eastern Standard, 10 minutes before this begins. We're probably just going to go over any motions or anything that needs to be done prior to the start of closing argument. So they're going to be quiet if they enter or exit the courtroom right now. I'm actually really surprised that you could hear the bailiff yelling, "All rise." And you still have people streaming into the courtroom. Very active, isn't it? Unusually active. Okay. Let's talk about this Nathan Wade motion while we're waiting here. Let me turn my camera off as well so I can read news here. By the way, I'm going to be live streaming this until I think 4:45 Eastern Standard Time, or thereabouts. All day I'll be live streaming this case in this hearing.
give you about a minute.
I'll pull up this Michael Roman motion to dismiss. For some reason this link is not. Okay, there we go. Fix the,
Bring them in now. Alright, folks. Only the defendant. Only the defense table, please. Alright?
oh wow, we got something going on here. So they're actually going inside the courtroom here. They're showing President Trump during closing arguments. Wow, this is incredible. So we have President Trump with Alina Habba and Chris Kise at the defense table. And this is incredible. We have a bunch of pool reporters in here taking pictures. We got Cliff Roberts on the right. President Trump is looking alpha. He's looking well-dressed, sharp, the red tie. Chris Kise is looking relaxed and smooth. Alina Habba is looking alpha as fuck. Our Jersey Queen. And we got Fat Cow Greenfield looking like a schlub, like a schmuck. Got the hobo judge in there. Now they're ushering the camera crew out. I mean, this is incredible. Now, here we have Letitia James smiling, wearing, you know, she's got an assistant wearing a mask there. Again, this is all you need to know about this case. One of her assistants was wearing a mask. I think that was, I'm not going to speculate on who it was. I mean, that was a historical historical account of what this country is experiencing right now, with this camera going into the courtroom, showing the defense table, and showing Letitia James, and showing the hobo judge, as well as Fat Cow Greenfield. Boy, you know, just when I was set to show this motion, we had some action here, so. All right, so 3 minutes before closing arguments begin. It's unlikely that we'll see anything else from inside the courtroom, so I'm going to talk about this motion to dismiss and disqualify Fani Willis, and we'll go through some of the exhibits and those bills that show Nathan Wade eating with White House counsel at restaurants near the White House, and his improper billing practices, showing him billing 24 hours for one day, which is physically impossible. Even though I have argued previously that it could be a clerical mistake with the invoice software, whatever template he was using. Although, I've done a lot of invoices in my life for certain contract specific work, and I've never billed 24 hours for one day. The most I've ever billed for one day is 8 hours, so typical work day. And you would think, because this is such a important case, that you need to make sure that your bills are correct and that you're not playing games. So if you do bill 24 hours for one day, it seems like, is he not paying attention? He's a special prosecutor. He's supposed to be pretty detail oriented, sort of like one step above everybody else. Alright, so let's switch over to that, because this is just boring. You got a bunch of jackasses moving in and out of the courtroom, plus you got all the Guidos out here, except for the Secret Service agents, but these New York City Guidos here. This guy for sure looks like an incest Guido. Using their phones. I mean, look at how rude they're being. You would think if you're one of these New York City cops or court security officials, whatever, you'd turn your phone on silence outside the courtroom, because you wouldn't want to disrupt the proceedings, right? They don't care. They're probably texting their girlfriends or wives, whatever, any extramarital affairs they're having, they're probably texting them. I think the Secret Service should subpoena all those records. Fuck those guys. Oh, we got the incest Guido right here on the right here. He's maybe 3.5 feet tall. Next to, an alpha baller here, but still, he's a Guido. And we got, a woman here just for presentation purposes, just to make it appear as though, these guys have backup, but, it's like a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. In fact, that's exactly what she's a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. And you got the incest Guido talking to his Irish counterpart here. You got people blowing their nose on the audio. I mean, it's rude. Rude. I think you would walk away from maybe the camera if you're doing that. Go to the bathroom, because that was just exposed to thousands of people who are listening. I mean, I can see just tons of comments on this live chat here. Let's see how many people are watching. Right now, just on this one live stream, we have at least 5,000 people watching. She's acting as a concierge, opening the door for people walking in and out. This is what your taxpayers are paying for. It's New York City for you. tax dollars are being well used to pay for court staff to be concierge for a door that doesn't even need to be there. Now, typically in these courtrooms, she's walking with her coffee. She's trying to hide the coffee. Walks right past. So normally, you can't bring beverages or food into a courtroom. I'm sure there's a sign there. But she was trying to obviously hide her coffee. You could see that. Now, you think because obviously this little DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion court officer, she would see that and she would say, hey, you can't bring coffee into the courtroom. Just be, kind and polite. And she just walked right past her. So obviously she's not doing her job. Again, this is New York City for you. She's getting paid to show up to work, to be a concierge, opening doors. He's like, bro, we need to open this door every time someone comes through here. I don't know why they need to keep on shuffling. Why can't they just stay in one position? All right, let's look at that motion since things have calmed down. Now, we probably also have another text-based live stream that we can, from the pool reporters, we should pull up here. Because we're not getting that from this video feed here. I believe CNN has got something, even though it'll be biased. Okay, so here we go. 3 minutes ago. Make sure that we can see this on the live stream. Of course we can't. Ugh. We've got to move to a different view here. See if we can zoom out so we can actually... Gosh. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, this is from CNN. Trump's attorneys begin closing arguments. Trump attorney Chris Kise has begun his closing argument. Kise summarized his defense argument by saying that no witnesses testified to fraud, to any material misstatements, or that the loan terms and pricing would have been different. Quote, the Attorney General is seeking to strip them, according to the papers, of everything, Kise said. Oh, we got a new update here. The picture. Trump looking sharp. Similar picture to what we just saw with the video coming in. A pool camera was allowed into the courtroom to film Trump, Bobo Judge Engoron, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and others. But now that court has started, there are no live cameras allowed. Trump's side has until 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That would be about another 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Brush this. We'll come back to this, but in the meantime, let's talk about the this view here. Switch the view. Switch. So we can see this. So get some of these bills here. There we go. All right. So let's go to the exhibits where we will find them. Rolling through the exhibits, I have no idea which one includes Nathan Wade's bills, so bear with me for a second here. I'm not hearing any major commotion coming from the video live stream. Okay, so they have the retainer agreement between Fulton County District Attorney's Office and Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor here. It's signed by Fannie Willis, and then it's signed by Nathan Wade on March 1st, 2022. Here we have this is page 86. It's what is Exhibit F. Page 86. It's an invoice from Nathan Wade to Fulton County and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Project title: Anti-Corruption Special Prosecutor. 30-day invoice. Consulted on pre-indictment anti-corruption issues. November 3rd, 2021. 8 hours at $250 an hour. That's $2,000. Prepared cases for pretrial. November 5th, 2021. 24 hours, $250 per hour, $6,000. Similarly, reviewed and discussed memorandum of law concerning prosecution's case, meeting with unit, meeting with potential witnesses, consulted with unit and provided legal opinion on case. Oops. So, all of that amounted to about 15 grand. Submitted on the 5th day of July 2022. And then you sort of have this electronic signature of Nathan J. Wade. And then you have a manual stamp that says OK to pay ATG. So that, I'm assuming, means that the Attorney General has reviewed this invoice. Invoice number 2. Similarly, we have the $250 an hour rate. What we got going on the live stream here? I hear some commotion. Nope, nothing. Just a bunch of Guidos screaming in and out. Alright, so back to the invoice section of the exhibits. Okay, it's all preparatory stuff done in December of 2021. The full month invoice is about $15,000. For the full month, that's really not that much money. Now this is invoice 3, January of 2022. Similarly, we just have a bunch of entries for researching and writing, memorandums, preparing schedules, reviewing statements, crafting documents, meetings, team meeting and legal drafting on January 24th, 2022. Total of $15,000 for January. Okay, so things are starting to heat up, right? Fulton County District Attorney's Office, invoice number 4. Similarly, again, we have a bunch of these meetings and document review. We have, I mean, as far as just regular invoices go, it's all as normal. Total $9,000 for February of 2022. Invoice number 5. March 2022. Okay, so just, meetings, document review. Things are definitely starting to get more intense. You can tell from all these entries. And yep, $32,450 for March 2022. It's a lot of money. There's an incentive for Nathan Wade to indict as many people as possible. Financial incentive is very clear and apparent here. $32,000 in a single month is a lot of money. Even the most highly compensated individuals kind of max out around $15,000 per month in today's economy. So you can tell that he is really trying. And by the way, it doesn't appear as though he's actually employing assistants to do any of this work. He's doing this himself in order to make as much money for himself as he possibly can. Now, all of these entries seem to be just, document review, interviewing witnesses, meetings. We have this 20 hours, $5,000 between March 10th and the 14th. Okay. Yeah. Team meeting and investigation. All right. Invoice 6. Again, another massive invoice for $33,000, nearly $34,000. Oh wow, this is huge right here. You can tell. So I'm going through this line by line, as I usually do with everything I do in life, including my professional role as a programmer. When I do code review, I've got to go through everything line by line, look at everything that you've done or others have done that you're approving. There's no shortcuts in life, right? So this is what sticks out to me. Is the fact that he's got an entry here for April 18th to April 21st, 2022, billing out 24 hours at that $250 rate. And the entry states, team meeting, conference with January 6th research legal issues to prep interview. What? January 6th committee. What? Huh? Isn't it outside the scope of a state special prosecutor in Fulton County? I mean, we really have some very serious constitutional issues with this entry. Moreover, we have some issues regarding the fact that why is he coordinating with the January 6th committee? What? This is where federalism collides with the individual rights of states. Traveling Here's the other thing that sticks out to me is travel for out-of-state interviews. We have another one on April 11th. Oh yeah, right here. My cursor does not like this PDF. Okay, so it's not showing up on the stream here, but the April 11th entry, it shows witness interviews in Capitol meeting. So I'm okay. Right here, Capitol. Nathan Wade is spelling Capitol wrong. He's spelling it Capital, like financial capital. But what this appears to be referring to is the fact that he traveled to the U.S. Capitol, and that would be spelled with an O, not an A. So it's kind of important. It shows that he's not very detail-oriented, and he's not passing this through any sort of review process. It's not a typo. It's just the fact that he misspelled it. Probably unintentionally, but it shows that, you know, he's clearly not taking a second look at all these entries, right? And that raises some serious questions because he is a special prosecutor. That's his whole basis for being a special prosecutor, is sort of taking a second look at all of these issues. All right, so back to the January 6th committee stuff, though. Who is he prepping to interview? What? So a Fulton County DA went... I mean, we could find it on the internet, I'm sure, really quickly. But the fact that he's actually trying to prepare an interview for the January 6th committee raises some very serious and troubling concerns regarding this whole money laundering scheme and why he's got this back channel communication with the Biden White House, and why the Biden White House is directing him to prepare interviews for the January 6th committee. Okay. And then he's drafting these witness interviews here, travel out of state interviews. So what is this travel out of state stuff here at the very end here on April 27th to the 29th? That also seems to be connected to this January 6th stuff. How much money is he getting paid for this? Well, $10,000, $12,000. South Georgia. Interesting. Let's look at May. Oh, okay, so this is not May. This is just a continuation of the April bill. Okay, so there's two invoices in April. One is for $33,000, and then invoice 7 is for another, if I can read this correctly, that's another $3,500. And these appear to be all incidentals, like airport parking, $47. Hotel rooms, nearly $1,000. Food, Uber, airline tickets, stuff like that. So just Delta airline tickets. Okay, so those are all within the realm of how much all of those things would cost. All right. So now we can see why Nathan Wade spelled Capitol wrong, because he's showing a receipt of some of these expenses from his Capital One card instead of spelling Capitol correctly, meaning U.S. Capitol. Oh, well, we know that Nathan Wade likes Smash Burger and Uber. Oh, and the Gastro Pub, Thirsty Lion Gastro Pub. So taxpayers in Fulton County and Georgia at large are paying for Nathan Wade to drink at the Thirsty Lion Gastro Pub. That's great. Who was he meeting with? We don't know. We got various expenses, airline tickets, whatever, Uber. Yep. Why is this one expense blacked out, by the way? Is that because maybe he got a refund or something, or doesn't want to show it? We don't know. We do know that Nathan Wade, the last 4 digits of the card, 2144. Why is this number blacked out? Seems very weird, doesn't it? All right, continuing. Oh, well, Nathan Wade likes Hank's Oyster Bar. Spent $130 there. That's kind of an expensive meal, don't you think? Kind of seems like there's some romance involved, especially an oyster bar. Okay, boardwalk, wharf, dining. Oh, another $130. That's pretty expensive. I mean, what, usually go to a restaurant, the bills, well, with inflation right now, I mean, normally it'd be $20, but with inflation, it's $40, $50. But so $130, what is he doing? All right, airport parking, $47. Ooh, the Grove, Washington. So this definitely sticks out to me. Right here. Okay, now we can actually use our cursor. What this means here, this Grove entry and receipt transaction. Hank's Oyster Bar and the Wharf are both in DC, and the Grove is right next to the White House. So these are all expenses related to meeting with White House officials. You would assume this would be the White House counsel.
Quiet down.
Oh, we got some commotion here. Cutting the reporters. We're getting kind of loud outside the courtroom. All right. Let me just check one thing quickly. So we could pull up the website for the Grove here. Man. What? I mean, maybe Nathan Wade was meeting with Ron Klain, chief of staff, or just another White House counsel. I guess we'll find that out. Maybe it's already been exposed on X and Twitter, which is delivering some massive news lately. Some of these bombshell reports. Let's see the Grove in Washington. Let's pull up their website. My view here sucks. We'll see if we can get it here. DC. Okay, so there's several apparently attached to a bunch of these airports. There's one, for example, in Chicago. DFW in Minneapolis, Phoenix, Atlanta. Okay, so the DC one. Partner of choice. Go. Oh wow. Okay, so it's. What's going on here? No, that's not it. Hold on. All right, this. That's not it. It's not it. That's not it. What this is. Okay. Yes, I do want a $25 gift certificate. Okay. So it looks like a casual but slightly upscale restaurant from the website. And let's look at the location. Let's look at the map to determine its proximity to the White House. Grove, a culinary venture by Common Plate Hospitality, is an exquisite fine dining experience located in Potomac, Maryland. Okay. I'm assuming this is the correct restaurant. We'll see. Again, I haven't done any preparatory research on this, so this is just all live. And then okay, so it's about 13 miles, if this is the correct restaurant, which it appears to be. Correct me if I'm wrong here. That's about 13 miles from the White House. So, I mean, pretty close, right? Maybe they wanted to go to a place that was slightly out of the normal sort of routine next to the White House, where they have a bunch of restaurants and so forth in DC, and maybe they wanted to go someplace that was about 10 miles out. Let's go back to these bills. All right. Get a better view here. Didn't work, did it? Okay, so let's see. Grove, Washington, yep. $10. What do you order? Drink. Actually, I think this was, I don't know. Maybe it was maybe this was 'cause they have those little embedded restaurants in the airport. Maybe it was an airport restaurant. I don't know. But it looks like he had a drink, like a beer or something, $10. Because those are usually airport prices. Considering the fact that he's got a $47 airport fee of some sort of gas and automotive at the airport. I don't know. Well, maybe it's misclassified. So these classifications, by the way, for these expenses are generally determined by the transaction process of your credit card provider. In this case, Capital One uses Visa, so Visa does this classification according to, they have an internal process called VIP, or used to be called the Visa Internet Platform. And they had, at the time, like an XML aggregation provider that classify transactions according to a merchant ID. provided at the time that you swipe your card. So that's kind of how these things are classified. But occasionally they do, I mean, again, this is 15 years ago or whatever when I was there, but occasionally this stuff gets misclassified. But this seems weird, pending. And by the way, all these transactions are pending. I mean, I don't think that just from a clear open source route, you wouldn't probably find anyone better to look at these transactions than someone like me. Maybe, an accountant or someone like that, but I'm just talking about like just casual open source, just kind of looking and seeing how these things are classified. The other important thing here is to note that these transactions appear on this bill as pending, meaning they haven't been settled by the bank, in this case Capital One. I'm assuming it's providing the credit necessary for this. So maybe that means, I don't know, maybe that means that Capital One hasn't settled the transaction because it hasn't, I don't know. So I got a bunch of Ubers here, $25. Again, we have this redacted out, but you can kind of read it, and if you read really closely, it looks something like a Hyatt Place. These people are so stupid. Unbelievably stupid. Let me just, hold on. These people are fucking stupid. And Nathan Wade is a moron. Because he's trying to redact this, right? But even in the photocopy that you're seeing here, you can read through the redaction. Because he's an idiot. And you can see that it clearly says Hyatt Place. And then this classification is lodging. And then he's got the same, of course, Nathan Hansen, the last 4 digits, 2144. And the expense here, hold on, let me turn my camera off so I can get really close and look at it, because I'll look like a dweeb if I don't do this. Hold on. Definitely several $100s right here. Can't quite make it out. I'm sure you could do the calculation here after you add up all the expenses to figure out if this was actually included in the cost or not. But why is he hiding this unless you got a refund? I mean, was he, I don't know, was Fannie Lewis there? Was he having a sex romp with her? Like, we don't know. Maybe that's what he was trying to hide. Okay. And okay, so this is the 719 Hyatt Place. This is another one. I don't know, maybe there was a refund or something. That could be it. So now,
look at this. This is how to
oh wow.
This to work. There we go.
So we got some commotion here on the live stream. Some crazy woman getting in front of the camera. How many people are watching right now? Close to 4,000. Guidos are still out front. We got the incest Guido right here. This guy looks like Steve Buscemi. All right. Okay. Invoice 8. We have an entry for May 9th, 2022. And the way that he has entered in these dates is just totally wrong and wacky. You can see how he's doing May 9th, and then he says to May 11th. Okay, so May 11th, 2022, May 3rd, May 4th. Okay, got it. I guess the columns aren't very clear here. Strategic plan for SPGJ, meeting with judge, investigation, witness interview. Why is he meeting with the judge? Isn't that strange? Prosecutors aren't allowed to meet with judges ex parte like this. You know, this is clear ex parte communication with a judge. And why is he listing it in an invoice? Admitting to it. Very, very strange. Strategic plan for the SPGJ. Special prosecutor, and then G and J. Special prosecutor, I don't know what the G and the J stand for. I don't know, so they had some meeting with the judge in his chambers with the opposing counsel. Like, this is very strange. And to bill out 24 hours for this period of time over 2 days. Let's look at the calendar for May 9th to see, you know, if that was like a Wednesday or what. Let's see. So May 9th was a Monday. Meaning between Monday and Wednesday in May 2022, he's billing out 24 hours, 8/16. So he's saying he worked all 3 days, 8 hours per day. Okay, fine. That's a full work day each day, $6,000. Meeting with district attorney, team meeting, court appearance, SPGJ. Travel to Athens, Georgia, conference with the White House counsel. Oh my God. Wish you could see my cursor here. So there's an entry for May 23rd, 2022. And he's showing that he went to the White House. Well, there's another smoking gun. Insane. Totally crazy. Why is he coordinating with the White House? I want to know. I want to know. Okay. Motion, out-of-state witnesses, research, team meetings, witness interview. Review subpoena, conference with opposing counsel, testimony, team meeting, conference. Oh my God, here's another smoking gun. There's an entry here. Make sure we can see this on the stream. Or May 31st, team meeting, conference January 6th, SPGJ, witness prep. Why is he preparing witnesses for January 6th committee testimony? Why?
Quiet down.
Got some commotion here. I think they just want to say that every few minutes. We got Steve Buscemi here, Ian Sesguido. I got the, you know, kind of alpha baller here, but still, it's probably the only somewhat alpha dude they got in the whole staff, but it appears as though he's got tattoos all up his arms and hands. All right. All right, ballers, here we go. Let's prepare witnesses for January 6th testimony in Congress. Let's do it. Come on. My name is Nathan Wade. We need to make sure that I can still get paid my massive $250 rate. And so therefore so what this means is there was a financial incentive set up for Nathan Wade to provide preparation to some of these January 6th witnesses, right? To kind of churn that media narrative, to create the media pressure in order to prosecute all these cases, in turn providing financially for Nathan Wade. And then when you bring in the fact that he's engaging in some sort of romance with Fannie Willis, there's, you know, an incentive for Fannie Willis as well, because she's getting by proxy benefits from it. It's just wild. It's corruption right in your face. They're taunting you. They're smashing this conduct in your face because they know that you'll never do anything about it, and they know if you even try, they'll just arrest you or make fun of you and parody you in the media. That's what they do. That's, you know, those are their crooked tactics. $33,000 for May. It's a massive invoice, right? Now we have invoice number 9 from your boy Nathan Wade, Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Going through this, yep, same stuff. Judge, research, meeting with judge. Why? So, meeting with judge. I mean, maybe this was a hearing or something, but the way that this is phrased in this entry makes it appear as though he's having some sort of ex parte communication with a judge, which is illegal and unethical. It's just wild. Okay, strategic plan for SPGJ, meeting with judge, investigation, witness interview. District Attorney's Office, update, review, research. Okay. Team meeting, DA, prep docs, subpoena. Okay. 4 hours. He's not billing that. Oh my God. The reason that he's trying to. So here's the other crazy thing. So this entry for June 28th here. PDF is giving me issues. I'm trying to highlight the June 28th entry, but it's highlighting all three. The top one here. 4 hours, $250, and then there's 0 here, meaning he's not billing it. He's trying, because he's billing out this massive amount, $34,000, he's trying to say, oh, well, you're getting all this free service, you know, to justify his extraordinary costs, 34 grand per month in June. And is there a $34,000 limit to the amount of money that he can bill per cycle per month here? Maybe he's doing it because of that, to try and justify his expenses. Maybe they started to complain about this expense because, again, it started to heat up around May and June of 2022. That's my takeaway from this, that whenever I've had invoices, I mean, that's the kind of pushback I get, is there's a maximum amount that you can bill, and even if you've worked more than that or gone above and beyond, I mean, you can certainly list it as an entry, but you're not going to get paid for it. Okay, so here's a triple star. It says, you can highlight it. Can't really highlight it that well. Again, document cloud sucks, or PDF really sucks. Triple star. Due to billing restrictions, this invoice has been significantly truncated. Fuckers. Over here, yelling. Due to billing restrictions, this invoice has been significantly truncated. What? Okay, well, if it's been truncated, where are the other entries? Invoice 10, July of 2022. Motion to quash in open court. Read and research. Review discovery. Meeting with opposing attorneys. Research legal privilege. Hearing with a juror. Okay, so this is the grand jury stuff. Read transcripts, motion to recuse, disqualify. There's a typo with the space here, showing again that he's not paying attention to these entries. He's not looking at them after he's entered them. I know there's one in here where he's billing out 24 hours in one day, and I haven't found that yet. We'll see if we can find it, because I'm looking at every single entry here, and if not, I'll go back and find it if I miss it. Okay, so yep. Attorney and judge conference, review discovery. Okay, review charges. So he's meeting with a judge who is responsible for the grand jury, and this is what all this stuff is. That's why these grand juries are prone to abuse, because you can have ex parte communication with a judge. Review charges, review discovery, team conference, phone conference with opposing attorneys, review discovery. Again, this is $34,000 for July. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. Okay, now we're moving into August of 2022. Similar entries, federal court hearings, Rudy hearing. Oh, wow. So this is interesting. You have an entry here, and I'm going to highlight it. For August 8th to August 12th, 35 hours. Federal court hearings. Why is he going to federal court hearings? Is this the, I don't know what this is. Rudy hearing. What's the Rudy hearing? I mean, we could kind of track this back, but I'm assuming this could even be some of the disciplinary process stuff that Rudy was dealing with at the time that got transferred to DC. I wonder if Nathan Wade was somehow involved in going to any of those, because there was, I think, one hearing with a referee in New York before it got transferred to DC, where there was another hearing with a referee, and in DC they appoint the referees in a slightly different way. I think could be wrong, but I think in New York they typically have state court referees, and then in DC what they do is they appoint counsel from various law firms to come in and act as a special referee in these disciplinary hearings. Now, that's what happened in the Donziger case. And in DC, these special referees typically are a little more respected. You know, they're practicing attorneys. So, but this is suspicious. I'll have to look more into this particular entry here when I get more time. Prep, federal court docs, and argument discovery. I think someone could explain this probably to me a little bit better, but I'm unsure why he's dealing with the federal court here, what's going on. I don't think there's any reason that he has to. And so this raises the question, why is he doing this in the first place? Attorney phone conferences, interview prep, doing it remote in August 23rd and 24th. Court hearing, testimony, review audio, witness interview, team meeting with opposing attorneys. Yep, okay. Conference with judge, motion response, prep for SPGJ tomorrow. Someone please explain what SPGJ is. Special prosecutor something, special prosecutor GJ, general judge, I don't know. Team meetings, SPGJ. Maximum $35,000. So now he's going $1,000 more than he did last month. You see how he's doing this? So for 2 months he was doing $34,000. He's like, oh geez, it's kind of getting expensive. We better be careful, but let's just up it another $1,000. So you can see that he's clearly thinking of the financial incentive here. And these special prosecutor cases, I mean, we don't know how much Jack Smith is getting paid, but we can only assume that he's getting paid at the rate set for federal prosecutors. which I think it ranges anywhere from $160,000. Well, I think it actually ranges from 120,000 to like 200,000. I could be wrong. I mean, we'd have to look at the range, but you know, it's somewhere in there, right? 100 to $250,000. We can only assume, right, per year. Oh, now the audio went out. For a hearing, oh, it's back. So we got a reporter messing around here with his camera. Again, we got Steve Buscemi up front against Guido, and then he's talking to some other guy. We got the concierge opening doors for people here. Okay. Anyway, so back to the layered approach that Nathan Wade is using for these bills. So he had 2 or 3 at $34,000, and now he's going $35,000. This speaks to the mindset that Nathan Wade has when he's actually generating these invoices and the financial incentive. And when you think of someone maybe like Jack Smith, who's probably getting paid at a federal prosecutor rate, there isn't so much as a financial incentive in the scope of the actual prosecution. Now there is, obviously, inherently, there's indirect financial incentives, like, you know, getting media coverage, you know, getting paid by MSNBC after the fact, like you're seeing with a bunch of these hacks, like Andrew Weissman, who really ran the Robert Mueller probe. Robert Mueller was just the figurehead on that. But Andrew Weissman appears on MSNBC. We don't know how much he's getting paid, but we can only assume that he's getting paid a lot of money, definitely at least $1 million per year. And then so you think like, okay, well, Jack Smith probably would have a deal in place if he wanted one following all this when Trump takes office in 2025. He's going to be a critic of Donald Trump, obviously. He's going to appear just like, remember, I'm forgetting the name right now, but the special prosecutor who prosecuted Clinton for perjury back in the day. He had some, but he kind of laid off actually after a while, and he said that, you know, if he were making the decision himself, he wouldn't have prosecuted Clinton to appoint him, but as a special prosecutor, he kind of had to. So it was kind of like, I don't know what he was. Anyways, I'm getting off track. This is very unique in that he's getting paid a massive amount of money. And what we've seen, especially with this Georgia case and the grand juries, is that, and this has been criticized by leading legal experts, that it's just wild that they're trying to prosecute 19 defendants all at once. And the charges have been really messy. Again, this goes back to the fact that Nathan Wade is getting paid a lot of money, and there's a financial incentive in place to charge as many people with as many charges as he possibly can conjure up. Now, as we know, they're all just fake and gay charges. They're just completely bogus. And they force people into the struggle session where they have to take plea deals, and they say, oh, well, Sidney Powell pled guilty and she admitted to her wrongdoing. I mean, they don't understand the system, right? These are struggle sessions. If you don't plead guilty, Sidney Powell's life has already kind of been taken away from her, but it can only get worse. I mean, they're going to try and put her in Fulton County Jail for 5 years? I mean, think about it. You're Sidney Powell, you're kind of retired, you have enough money where you can just live comfortably in retirement mode in a house in Texas, or you can fight these charges, spend millions of dollars fighting them, And then they're ultimately going to find you guilty, not because you're actually guilty, but because the entire court system is rigged against you, and she knows that. And then you get the punitive piece of it, which is actual jail time, 5 years, where you're being tortured. And then while you're appealing this case up, because that's what you would do, they vacate whatever charges, and then they reverse or whatever they want to do. And in the meantime, you've now been tortured. You spent 3 years in jail, 2 years in jail, until it can reach the state Supreme Court, and they can provide you relief. So, I mean, logically, the only logical thing you can do is plead guilty in order to avoid the wrath of the state court system, which is a smart thing to do, but it's also not something that you should do. I mean, I would certainly recommend, if you're not guilty, to fight this tooth and nail to the end. But if you're retired, you know, and the other thing is, you're dealing with President Trump, and you can't it is, you know, it's sort of like soft betrayal for sure. So you kind of got, unfortunately, you kind of got to go through with it and fight this tooth and nail, because she's definitely innocent, Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani and all these other attorneys. But you can see strategically what Nathan Wade is doing here. He's indicting all President Trump's attorneys for several reasons. One is to obviously eliminate President Trump from having a legal defense. Two, and you can see this too with Judge Engoron, by applying this gag order, this unconstitutional gag order, to President Trump's attorneys as well. So essentially, that's like one step away from completely withdrawing President Trump's counsel, which he almost did yesterday, when President Trump said that he was going to actually do closing arguments himself. Speaking of closing arguments, let's look at the updates here from CNN. This is 10 minutes ago. Judge interrupts Trump attorney to say the former president doesn't qualify as a, quote, expert witness, because Trump was going to provide information / testimony / argument about real estate issues at the heart of this trial, right? Because Trump is an expert, but since this trial is about President Trump, he can't technically provide expert witness testimony, even though he is an expert. So the text here reads, Trump attorney Chris Kise spoke in his closing arguments about Donald Trump's testimony during the former president's civil trial, emphasizing that Trump said he did not intend for Deutsche Bank to rely solely on his personal financial statements when the bank loaned him money. Kise reminded the judge that he heard directly from Trump, who is a, quote, industry expert, which is true. Quote, he has been part of the fabric of the commercial real estate industry in this community, in the state, and frankly, all around the world for nearly 50 years, unquote, Kise said. Hobo Judge Engoron, however, interrupted Kise to clarify Trump was not qualified as an expert witness at trial, which is actually bullshit, because the way this is written, Trump is actually qualified, but technically he's not able to provide expert testimony in his own trial. I think that could have been, maybe, I don't know. Anyways, Hobo Judge should still give weight to Trump's success and expertise, Chris Kise said. Yeah, that's true. Oh, wow, interesting. So, according to the New York Post, there was a swatting of the Hobo Judge's house, which is, again, probably fake. But CNN is reporting here that Hobo Judge Engoron, overseeing Trump's civil fraud trial, does not address the bomb threat made at his home this morning. I'm going to highlight that. The Hobo Judge looks stressed. Very, very stressed. He looks terrible, doesn't he? He looks like he's aging at an accelerated rate. I'm going to turn my cam on again. Yeah, the hobo judge looked very, very stressed, and he has aged considerably just in the last 3 to 4 months. Mind you, I have seen the hobo judge in multiple rooms and situations, and the hobo judge in Goron, a couple years ago during a contempt hearing looked a lot more, fresh and young, and now, and actually, I totally misstated that. The hobo judge always looked like a complete fool and a circus clown. But I was trying to compare the fact that now hobo judge in Goron looks even worse than he did then. He looks, honestly, very pale. And I'm being completely honest. I'm not embellishing any of these facts. And you can see these for yourself in this picture. The lines on his face. Now look at me, right? Young, viral male, 40 years old. Never smoked. I've never done any drugs. Don't drink. Drank very sparingly when I was in college. I'm not in the best fitness. I could certainly be more fit. I could work out. I could lose some weight for sure. But look, I feel pretty good about what I look like, and look at hobo judge and clown. I like, his hair had some color even when he was the hobo judge 2 years ago. Had some color, you could tell, and now it's completely white, and there are sacs underneath his eyes, right here. And his cheek, look at this. It's like a new age line right here. His chin is all jacked up. He's got sagging skin on his neck. He's slumped here. His posture is terrible. He looks pretty stressed, doesn't he? Okay. At the start of court Thursday morning, hobo judge in Goron did not address the reported bomb threat made at his home hours earlier. Nor did he address former President Donald Trump's request to speak during closing arguments, which he denied on Wednesday. The bomb threat is the latest in a series of threats made against Goron and one of his clerks during the trial, which is completely bogus, fake and gay, exaggerated. Anyways, Judge Goron concluded his comments by thanking the attorneys for keeping the trial on schedule. Quote, "This might be one of my last chances to congratulate and thank the attorneys," the judge said. What the hell? All right. And Greenfield is looking even worse. Pale, stressed, very, very ugly. Incredibly ugly. Looks like she's gained another 20 pounds. You can see her glance too is off. At the start of this trial, she looked a little more like her glance, you could see in her eyes that she had a little more sort of focus on what was going on. Now she's just like, you can see in her eyes something's wrong with her. You can kind of see a level of evil coming from her. I'm just being completely honest. And then Hobo Judge and Goron looks worn out. Like he should be in a retirement home. All right, so we got another update a minute ago. Trump attorney attacks credibility of one of Trump's former attorneys, Michael Cohen. I don't know if this picture is from this morning or if this is a new picture. I'm going to assume this picture is from this morning. Trump attorney Chris Kise went after the credibility of former Trump attorney and fixer Michael Cohen, accusing Cohen of being a serial liar who went back on his own testimony on the witness stand in this trial. Kise said that Cohen was, quote, the only witness from the Attorney General's office alleging there was an intent to defraud. This is a serial liar, Kise said of Cohen. Quote, he admitted he lied to Congress. He pled guilty to lying to Congress. He admitted he lied to Judge William Pauley in his sentencing, unquote. Hobo Judge and Goron smiled when Kise cited recent headlines that Cohen used AI to generate fake legal cases and illegal filing. Well, that's true. He did. Using Google Bard to generate those cases. Didn't check them. First thing you do when you use ChatGPT or Bard with respect to legal citations is you check to make sure that those cases are actually accurate. Quote, it's absurd and insulting for the Attorney General to even ask you to find him credible, Kise said. Kise accused Cohen of using his testimony against Trump to generate attention for his podcast and media appearances. After Cohen testified to the Attorney General that Trump had, quote, asked him and Alan Weisselberg to inflate the numbers, unquote, he went back on that testimony under cross-examination, Kise alleged. Quote, there's a typo here, there should be a space. He then said President Trump did not direct him to inflate the numbers, unquote, Kise said. During his testimony, Cohen had testified that Trump did not directly tell him to inflate the numbers, but argued that Trump's intent was clear. Again, there's another typo. Quote, he tells you what he wants without specifically telling you, unquote, Cohen said. What? That's just fucking bullshit. He's just trying to deflect. Cohen is trying to deflect. Oh, well, I know what other people's intentions are because I can read their minds, which is crazy. Okay. Quote, we understood what he wanted, unquote. Well, any real estate developer wants their property value to be maximized. But that doesn't mean that Trump had any fraudulent intentions. I mean, come on. Your local landlord who owns a couple of apartment buildings, you think they're going to sell and say, when someone comes or they put the property on the market, you think they're going to say, oh, well, it might be worth $1 million, but let's put it on the market for $800,000, just because. Or the tax assessment for the property is $500,000. Let's put it on the market for $500,000, even though all the apartment buildings on this block sold for $1.2 million. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Of course you're going to maximize the value of your property. Of course. Let's see if there's any other updates, and we'll go back to that receipt exhibit, invoice exhibit. Okay, there's nothing. Let's go back. Invoice 12, September 2022. Oh, what? Interview with elector. Negotiations with OA. Discovery, interview witnesses. Research transcripts. SPJ. Team strategic meeting with Floyd meeting. And Floyd meeting. Conference with court. Review discovery docs. Team brain drain. Well, yep. It's a team without any brains.
Quiet down.
God, this guy keeps on saying that. Got Steve Buscemi out front here. Ian Sesquito. Got the concierge here with her girlfriend, gabbing it up right outside the courtroom. Okay. Motion review, attorney conference, discovery conference, meetings, team review, expectations for next steps. 11 hours between 2 days. It's another $35,000 invoice. Here's what's troubling to me too, and this is another triple star. Due to billing restrictions, this invoice has been significantly truncated. What is this billing restriction that Nathan Wade is talking about? This is something also that's not been produced in this FOIA request. What is, are there more entries that we're not seeing? Like, what? Or is he just putting this in here to say, I've been doing a lot more work to justify my $35,000 that I'm getting per month? A normal law firm who's retained. Now, I don't know much about special prosecutors on a state level or anything like that, but let's just say this is a normal law firm, right? And they're getting paid $35,000 per month to represent a client. Typically speaking, they would have associates on the case. In this case, Nathan Wade, being a special prosecutor, would put either associates from his office, or he would hire assistants and he would give them a title of assistant special prosecutor. He's not doing that because he's greedy, because he wants as much money as he possibly can make off this, plus because he maybe he's disorganized. I mean, there could be a lot of reasons, but it seems odd that he wouldn't delegate some of this stuff to an assistant, right? Who cares? He's got to pay the assistant a couple $1,000s a month. Not a big deal. And then you have more time to focus on what is important if you're a legitimate, serious special prosecutor. He's not. He's an unserious person. This is invoice 13. October 2022. Team research meeting, prep warrants. Negotiations with OA. Hearing, meet with OA, motions, procedural prep, discovery, motion research, conference call, team meeting. Okay. Team meeting, conference with the judge, and emails. He's billing for emails. Anyone who bills for emails is a moron, and you should call into question that, because that's kind of part and parcel to your work. Hearing prep for Mark Meadows, actual hearing, team meeting, whatever. $7,000. Again, he puts this bullshit 3-star billing restriction thing in there. Okay, Exhibit G. The retainer agreement here. So this is just another retainer agreement extension. The term of this contract shall commence November 15th, 2022 through May 15th, 2023. Three, 4 months, right? You're not really working much in December, so probably 4 months. I don't know, maybe 5 months. Okay. Okay. He's got his incidentals in here. 3-7. All travel needs to be approved by Deputy of Operations Dexter Bond Jr. Someone should do some ape research on Dexter Bond, figure out who the fuck he is. By the way, I wanted to address this too, and I forgot to do this on the live stream. Laura Loomer has been doing a lot of gonzo citizen journalism, whatever you want to call it, where she goes in and she gets kicked out of these events with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. And that's insidious on its own. But what's interesting too is that these restaurants, and one I think was like Mickey's Bar and Grill, Mickey's Pub in Ames, Iowa, or near Ames, Iowa. And these restaurant owners are delegating authority to these campaign managers to kick Laura Loomer out. And to be honest with you, I think that these restaurant owners and the restaurants themselves should be, I mean, I wouldn't eat there. I think there needs to be some ape research done on those. And I think if anything, if you're a supporter of President Trump, especially if you live in that area of Iowa, you should definitely at least warn the public that this is a restaurant who wants to ban free speech. I mean, they should go out of business. So I was going to make a bigger deal out of Mickey's Pub. That was one that I found. And Amy Schwartz, I believe, was the owner, and there was another owner, I think her husband. Can't remember his first name, Dan or something, Dan Schwartz. I did some ape research on it, but, you know, it takes time, you know, you gotta protest, you gotta put up some documentation, but they're definitely ripe for criticism for allowing, and these cops in Iowa are really honestly assholes from what I've seen. Except for maybe the one kind of black guy who dealt with Laura Loomer at a Nikki Haley event. All the other ones are just total pricks. Absolute pricks. And the thing is, like, especially in this area of the country for some reason, the cops in other parts of the country are also kind of assholes at times, of course, with cops. But, I don't know, there's something unique about the tyranny. And they think that they can get away with it. Okay, yep, okay, signed by Fannie Willis, signed by Nathan Wade on November 15th, 3 days before. So what this means is I think it was the 15th. Wait, I'm getting my dates mixed up here. So this is right around the time when President Trump announced that he was going to run. So you know they were re-upping this contract to match the cadence of Trump's announcement. Okay, so here's invoice number 14. Bunch of discovery. Oh, well, we got another smoking gun here. Yep. That's the main one. November 18th, 2022. Interview at the White House. Doc review, yep. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. They're just taunting you right in your face, throwing this right in your face, smashing it right in your face, because they know that you'll never do anything about it. $25,000. Wow. Let's try and find the 24-hour in 1 day bill. Should be easy. Invoice 15. Research. 8 hours, 24. Court meetings. $23,000. It's a lot of money. Interview 16. Or invoice 16 rather. Okay, dock review, rooms. Okay. 20 grand, huge chunk of money, invoice 17. Drafting, okay, conference of judge. Phone conference, strategic plan. Oh, they have a strategic plan. I wonder if they documented it. That'd be interesting. It's probably not able to be produced in any of these FOIA open records requests because it's confidential. It's part of the prosecutor's files. 40 hours. $34,000. Wow. Huge chunk of money. Investigations, travel, where is he traveling to? We don't know. Maybe we'll see some receipts. Meeting with the OA, research, case strategic plan, conference call. Well, you know, if he is going to get charged in a RICO case, federal prosecutors could subpoena all of this stuff, including these, quote, strategic plans. And in 2025, I really do hope that you know, that happens. And again, you can see where Nathan Wade is layering his billing. Now, you know, the maximum he previously billed in any one bill was $35,000. Now he's going $1,000 more. You can see how he's thinking about that. He's like, let's go $1,000 more when I possibly can in the previous max bill. Okay, so that was April 2023. Similar entry, Zoom call with other jurisdictions. What jurisdictions? Federal? Maybe January 6th stuff? I don't know. Suspicious for sure. PowerPoint review. Oh wow. $4,000 to review a PowerPoint. Interesting. So $4,000 for a meeting to review a PowerPoint. Does that seem credible and legitimate to you? Doesn't to me. Taxpayers should be really upset by some of these entries. I mean, $4,000 right there. For nothing. For nothing. I'm actually really upset, you know? This is a, you know, a contractor when you're doing engineering work, you have to show commits and you have to show your work and map that to some of the entries that you make. You can't just say I made a PowerPoint or something. Even if a PowerPoint is 50 slides, $4 grand for what? Alright, whatever. Okay, yep, another extension. Contract, yep, retainer agreement. Signed June 12th, 2023. So now this appears to be going through the county. I don't know. Oh wow, okay, here we go. Title, request approval to renew an existing independent contractor agreement between Fulton County and E. Anthony Daniels, EC, to provide legal counsel representation to the grievance committee grievance review committee in the amount of $35,000 and $98. $35,098. This action exercises the first two renewal options. One renewal option remains, effective dates, and then whatever. Okay. The grievance review committee. What is that? So it looks like Fannie Willis got caught on December 14th, 2022. And then they forced her to go through the county, but it seems to be kind of like midstream, right? Because she was originally supposed to appoint the, that's a bad way of phrasing it, but the appointment of the special counsel needed to go through the county at the outset. She wasn't just unilaterally allowed to appoint a special prosecutor, and once they caught wind of this, because they were probably like wondering where all this money is going, they were like, okay, well, we need to actually do this through Fulton County thing. And did someone complain about it? Was there a whistleblower? Like, what's this grievance review committee? Is this a Fulton County grievance review committee that handles issues related to maybe improper billing practices from county staff, like Fannie Willis? Like, let's look that up. I don't know what it is. That's why it's critical to read all this stuff. And it takes a lot of time and effort. And that's why you got to pick and choose what you're actually going to be focused on. Because, I mean, like, when you read Grievance Review Committee, maybe it's a typo, maybe it's the Grievance Committee in New York, meaning a professional responsibility organization involved with disciplining attorneys, but it could be some other committee, you don't know. So there is a grievance review committee in Fulton County. Look at that. Quite interesting, my friends. See if we can see this on the stream. We can. Great. And we're at fultoncountyga.gov. In 1998, Board of Commissioners for the county voted to hire an attorney to represent and legally advise the Grievance Review Committee at all grievance proceedings. The attorney will also provide legal assistance when deemed necessary. This board was established by the Board of Commissioners at a special meeting on June 4th, 1980, to review and make determinations regarding employee grievances pursuant to Fulton County Procedure number 100-24. So this is actually really important. I haven't seen anything on X involving this because, I don't know, maybe you do have people who read everything here, but not that many, right? They just issue spot on certain bills. But I think this could actually be critical here, because what this means is, and I'm talking about right here, and he kind of like threw it in there, I don't know, out of nowhere, because you didn't see this before in any of these bills. So someone complained about this special prosecutor, and that complaint went through the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, so the board overseeing the county and how everything is maintained, run, where all the money is going. And they have a committee set up to handle grievances, the Grievance Review Committee. And they hired E. Anthony Daniels, paid him $35,000 Now, again, I'm speculating. I don't know what's going on here yet. Maybe they hired a different special prosecutor, and his name is E. Anthony Daniels, and this somehow conflicts with the appointment of Nathan Wade. I guess we gotta kind of untangle this a little bit. I think this speaks to the allegation that Ashley Merchant made, the attorney representing Michael Roman, regarding the fact that these appointments need to go through the county. And in December of 2022, this complaint came in and the county handled it in this particular fashion. Open and responsible government. Commission districts affected, all districts. Okay, you have the county partitioned into 6 districts. Scope of work: provide legal counsel representation to the grievance review committee at the request and scope. Okay. Interesting. So let's take a peek at this. Justina Gordon, HR Department, Fulton County. I have an email here. So they have a committee set up. These are the current members. Carlos Gordon, Stacy Grundy, some name I can't pronounce, Turkisi Kenenbrew, Mr. William Monroe, and Heather Staniszewski. Okay. All right. So very, very interesting. Why would the grievance committee hire and retain this outside attorney named E. Anthony Daniels? Let's look at him. I don't know if anybody's done any significant research on that. His name again, E. Anthony Daniels. Let's check for updates as well here with seating. All right, so this is actually really interesting. So 13 minutes ago, CNN is reporting. Headline for this particular update is threat at a home of judge presiding over Trump civil fraud trial unfounded. See, what did I say? What did I say from the very beginning? I said it was fake, unfounded, and deemed swatting, police say. Nassau County police say the threat reported at the home of New York Judge Arthur Goron was a, quote, swatting incident and an unfounded threat. Surprise, surprise. Hobo judge in Goron is presiding over closing arguments in the $370 million civil fraud trial against Donald Trump. Thursday's court session began on schedule, and the judge did not mention the incident in court. The Nassau County, New York Police Department and bomb squad had responded to the threat. Wow. Separately, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman issued a statement. Quote, Nassau County Police Department continues to investigate this morning's threat and takes seriously any threat made to an individual. The police department continues to work with their local, state, and federal law enforcement partners on all aspects of this case, unquote. Some background on the threats against the judge. Security around the judge has been increased during the trial, according to this statement. Thursday's bomb threat is the latest in the series of threats the judge and one of his clerks have received over the course of the trial that began last fall. Okay, so they're exaggerating this to get sympathy, to, you know, make it appear as though, you know, they're, I don't know, it's just stupid and gay. Since October 3rd, when Trump posted on social media a baseless allegation about, and it's not baseless, it's true actually, Fat Cow Greenfield was with her boyfriend Chucky Schumer about Hobo Judge and Garon's law clerk. Quote, threats against the judge increased exponentially, unquote, and were also directed to his clerk, Charles Hollen, a court officer captain in New York assigned to the Judicial Threats Assessment Unit of the Department of Public Safety, said in November. Again, total, psyop here. Holland said that threats against the judge and his clerk are, quote, considered to be serious and credible and not hypothetical or speculative, unquote. Details in a court filing outline dozens of messages daily, phone doxing, and the use of anti-Semitic language. What do you expect? I mean, when you engage in this level of misconduct and abuse, I mean, what do you expect? And, the fact that they would raise this as a significant issue during this trial just shows you that they're just fucking clowns. Holland said, Hobo Judge and Goron's law clerk has received 20 to 30 calls per day. To her personal cell phone and 30 to 50 messages daily on social media platforms and 2 personal email addresses. For Fat Cow Greenfield. Oh, you should have so much sympathy for her. Probably more calls than she's ever received in her life. This is what happens, I think, when you have a corrupt court system indicting a former president for non-crimes and then trying to steal President Trump's business. That's just, how do you think the public's going to react? I mean, they're going to be frustrated. I'm not saying it's justified. It's not. It's certainly not. But there's 350 million people in this country. So she got 20 of those 350 million people to call her or whatever. And if you want to call the chambers. With peaceful, legitimate, and respectful comments. Not that the chamber is going to respond. In fact, I probably would recommend against that. I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying, it's a public office. And like Congress, you can write a Congress member, you can write a senator. And occasionally they do respond. I mean, that's their whole job, is to deal with the public. Anyways, fake. So we're waiting for another update here. Let's go back to these exhibits. E. Anthony Daniels PC. Let's look at that. Actually, let's just quickly check. Okay, so there's no update here. Outside the doors of the courtroom. E. Anthony Daniels PC in Fulton County. Okay, so there's no public website, so we just have, lawyer.com. Okay, so it looks like very little information on him. Who is he? We don't know. E. Anthony Daniel, attorney at law, Atlanta, Georgia. I don't have Facebook, I think, logged in on this browser. Let me just quickly check this. Here. Okay, there's nothing on the Facebook. We know nothing about him, but we need to know why he was retained to review this complaint and why there's a $35,000 bill to review a simple complaint. That's definitely weird. Why would you pay someone $35,000 to review a complaint, right? Very, very odd. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's other information out there regarding this. I don't know if anybody's picked up on this, but maybe they're investigating a complaint against Fannie Willis or Nathan Wade, or maybe this is the complaint that underlies this whole allegation that Ashley Merchant made against Fannie Willis. We don't know. And they can also kind of secret this, you know, conceal it to an extent in this grievance process. It looks like there's a couple attachments here. There's a retainer agreement, there's a renewal agreement, GRC attorney, and then there's a professional services form E. Okay. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but if I had to speculate, it would appear as though that they're investigating Nathan Wade and Fannie Willis. That's what it looks like. So I think if anyone out there views this live stream now or in the future, it's important to FOIA records related to this document here regarding E. Anthony Daniels, the Grievance Review Committee, this $35,000 amount, what the reasoning behind it is. All of those things need to be produced. And I wonder if they're going to try and delay those productions. They probably will. Moreover, I think it's important, they're not going to release any information on who actually made this allegation, because whistleblowers, their identity is typically never disclosed. But it would be interesting to know who actually made this allegation. Maybe they'll come out on their own. We do have some commotion here, I can hear. Okay, so they're just kind of getting ready here for what's next in about an hour and a half. Actually about an hour, sorry. About 45 minutes from now. Okay, so we have another update here. Judge and Trump lawyer spar over the significance of a $2 billion difference. Judge Engoron has interrupted Trump attorney Chris Kise at several points during closing arguments Thursday. Chris Kise has repeatedly said the New York Attorney General's team did not rebut testimony of many key Trump defense witnesses, including two defense experts. Here we go.
Absolutely nothing done wrong. These were all great loans. The bank got the loans. They got paid. The banks were in perfect condition. The bankers were extremely happy with these loans. They made a lot of money with the loans. There were no defaults. There were no problems. This is just an attorney general that hates Donald Trump and wanted to run for governor, wanted to run for attorney general. And it's a shame. I think she should be criminally liable for this. She did this to Exxon, and they drove Exxon out of New York. Exxon paid billions of dollars of taxes. They're now living in Texas. Exxon is very happy in Texas. Other companies, because of what's happening here, are going to be moving out of New York also. This is an out-of-control attorney general. She's totally out of control. These loans were all good. The banks were extremely happy with me. They still are. We built a great company. We have a company that's very liquid, very strong, great assets. And she sued me because she wanted the publicity to run for office. They find nothing wrong. And I think if anybody was being fair about it, and I'm not sure you can even hear me because they don't allow microphones over here, which is a little ridiculous. But if anybody's fair about it, you see this is a case that should have never been brought, and I think we should be entitled to damages. Thank you. I'll be back.
Mr. Trump, what's your reaction to your name being removed from the Trump Legos?
So sad. This is what happens when communism takes over political systems. The more you think about it, that's the only way I think that you can intellectualize what's actually going on here. It's just, we have more people streaming out of the courtroom. A lot of reporters. Got Eugene Carroll almost right there. Should make fun of people like that, but. Alright, so they're taking a 15-minute break. Go back to this exhibit farm here. I don't know what this refers to, but this looks like a breakdown of the law firms that, or related services that Fulton County has paid. And it appears to be saying that 38% of all funds have gone to Nathan Wade. So out of all the cases that they've prosecuted, out of all of the various related legal firms or whatever that they've paid, 38% of that money has gone to one person, which seems, again, odd, and that there's a financial incentive set up here. So, going back to this last update here that I was butchering, because I can barely read it because the font is so small. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Okay, here we go. Hobo Judge Ngoran stopped Tice to acknowledge, while he agrees the testimony wasn't rebutted, quote, "I don't believe I have to accept testimony, even if it's unrebutted, if I don't find it credible," unquote. What? That's just crazy talk. Okay, so what Hobo Judge Ngoran is saying is that anything President Trump says is not credible. What? I don't know. They're operating on a different planet, I think. Exactly. This is, this is what happens when communism is implemented in economic systems. Hobo Judge Ngoran interrupted Trump's lawyer again to push back on whether $2 billion was, quote, material or significant in this case. Tice argued, as he did at trial, that Deutsche Bank loaned Trump millions of dollars after independently verifying Trump's self-reported asset values. Bank? It's interesting that actually CNN is reporting this statement accurately. The bank adjusted his net worth by $2 billion at one point, but did not find it material. It wasn't material to the bank, so it shouldn't be material in this case, Tice argued. That's not logically correct, the judge said. The standard for materiality is whether it's material to the average person, Judge Ngoran said. Let me ask you this. Is materiality an objective standard or a subjective standard? Hobo Judge Ngoran asked Tice. Tice said it was subjective and pointed to the testimony of New York University accounting professor Eli Bartof, who said that there were no material misstatements in Trump's financial statements. Quote, "I didn't lend much credence to Mr. Bartof," unquote. Hobo Judge Ngoran responded. Quote, "I didn't think that was fair, as you know," unquote. Tice said. Quote, "They were not concerned about a $2 billion differential," Tice said of Deutsche Bank, saying the bank awarded loans to Trump based on their own adjusted values, unquote. This has to be viewed through the lens of the bank," Tice said. Quote, "Of a bank, not the bank. We disagree," unquote. Owa Judge Goran responded. The debate continued over Kais's argument against Trump being liable for disgorgement or, quote, ill-gotten gains, unquote, from his Deutsche Bank loan rates. Quote, do you believe that for disgorgement there has to be harm to be a third party? Unquote. Owa Judge Goran asked, quote, there has to be trespass to their legal rights, Kais said. Quote, the president here in this case has to receive something from Deutsche Bank that he would not have otherwise received. Whatever. What do you expect? Okay. 38% to your boy Wade. All right. So we got all these other assholes picking up, you know what? Couple percentages here and there. $2023 to date. So this was 2022. Got it. Okay. So 38%, and then this one is 32%. Okay. Still a large percentage. Alright, so that's it. Alright. Wow, interesting. So we didn't find the one invoice, however, though, that had the 24 hours billed in one day. Let's just quickly see if we can find it. I'm kind of OCD about it, actually. I'll admit that I do have administrative OCD. I have to go through things multiple times and make sure that I find everything. That's why I get upset when there's a typo. Try and go back and find typos and make sure that I don't commit any. Okay, invoice 1, let's just find that one. 24-hour one. Okay, here's the 24-hour one. The reason I didn't catch it is because it's right up front here. 24 hours in one day, November 5th, 2021, $6,000, prepared cases for pretrial. Wow, interesting. So he stayed out the full day. He didn't sleep. Interesting. You know, there's not many people who stay up unless you're cramming for finals and you're a college student. You stay up the full day, right? I don't know how that's possible. Is he using meth? Is he using speed? What is he doing? I wonder what he says about this, because he has to respond in these papers. Not him, but Fannie Willis. I wonder what they say. I mean, I'm just curious just about this one. If I had one question for Fannie Willis, I'd be like, hey, why is your boyfriend, Nathan Wade, billing out 24 hours in one day? I want to know. All right, let's turn back to the live stream. Let's see if there's any updates here. Okay, so we'll leave it on the live stream for now. We'll wait for Trump's return after the break. They must have another room set up here. It's usually like a conference room or something for attorneys during these cases. So they're probably eating lunch, or, well, it's not lunchtime yet, but they'll probably have food set up in there and drinks and stuff. And there's probably a bathroom over there. See if we can maybe make it full screen. Yeah, that'll be fine. So it looks like Secret Service is streaming back in. President Trump returning to the courtroom. See that a lot of action here. Yep. No statement. President Trump as he returns. Let's see. Let's try it. I'm gonna try one thing. Probably mess up the whole screen here, but I'm just gonna give it a try as a test. That didn't work very well, so we're gonna have to. A couple trolls on the YouTube live chat. Go back here. Let's see if we can improve this view here. Maybe we can select. Nice. You can see it a little bit better. Yep. Yo, 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 what up out there? What do you guys think on Rumble? Got some chats. So, Ruva Du Bois said OS real. I think what you're trying to say is this is unreal. Yeah, it is unreal. Unprecedented, for sure. Got a couple people watching here on Rumble. So we had the updates too from CNN regarding some of the statements between Hobo Judge and Goron and Chris Kise, and some of the allegations and the arguments that have now then been presented during closing argument. And it looks like they're just straight. Everybody knows that the decision is already written. Okay, so it looks like just now Trump attorney Chris Kise finishes his closing arguments after nearly 2 hours. Let's look at that actually. See if it shows up on the stream correctly. Okay, yep. Donald Trump attorney Chris Kise concluded his closing argument by urging the judge to reject the claims against the former president, saying that the case goes beyond Trump. Quote, what you do, Judge, impacts every corporation in New York, unquote, Kise argued. Kise charged that the Attorney General, quote, wants limitless power to intervene in commercial real estate transactions, unquote. You just cannot allow the Attorney General to pursue a victimless crime and impose a corporate death penalty, Kise said, referencing the Attorney General seeking to bar Trump from doing business in the state. Quote, you buy into this. It's opening the floodgates, unquote, for attacks on corporations in the state, Kise argued. Quote, they're trying to get you to buy into their theory to allow them to weaponize, unquote, the law against Trump's businesses, Kise argued. Don't do it. When Kise finished his roughly 2-hour presentation, Hobo Judge and Goron noted it was quite the feat of endurance. Defense attorneys Alina Habba and Cliff Robert are also expected to speak in the closing argument. So it appears as though Chris Kise led the closing argument, and now Alina Habba and Cliff Robert are going to pitch in a little bit here. So interesting. So maybe Alina Habba is actually signed onto this case. Maybe they've allowed her a reprieve from any discipline in New York. Who knows? She was avoiding signing any of the pleadings because of the fact that they were trying to pin her down in the disciplinary process, like they've done to a bunch of other Trump attorneys. So maybe they're letting up a little bit on Alina Habba. I don't know. Just quickly refresh here. Okay, so there's now another update with the headline. Second Trump attorney begins her arguments. Alina Habba, an attorney representing former President Donald Trump, as well as Trump Organization executives, is now speaking in the defense's closing arguments. There's nothing that annoys me more than this guy yelling, quiet down. Whoever is doing that from this New York State Courts security staff is an asshole. I mean, what can you really say, right? Banks weren't victims. There is no real estate.
Quiet down!
Oh my God, that guy pisses me off when he says that. I don't think he understands that his voice is echoing out to like thousands of people. Throws me off when he does that. It's almost like symbolic of this whole thing where they're trying to silence President Trump too. Yeah, I mean, what? Banks weren't victims. The allegation here is that Trump inflated the value of this real estate, which is false. I mean, banks do their own assessments of collateral when provisioning loans, and since these real estate assets were collateral in the underlying mortgages themselves, right? The loans, they knew what they were getting into, and they knew sort of the market value and the market value of other assets in that area. And so this sophisticated, and they're using Deutsche Bank in this case. Deutsche Bank is a huge bank. I don't know. You know, it's hard because there's these gag orders. I mean, you could talk about Letitia James. Maybe play the video of Letitia James dancing with Chuck Schumer. I'm being facetious, but I mean, it's just almost performative art at this point because it doesn't matter. You could walk in there with the Dream Team, right? Wouldn't make any difference. I mean, if Michael Jordan was a lawyer and he walked in there, right, with Scottie Pippen and Charles Barkley, Alonzo Mourning, Shaq, Hakeem Olajuwon, you know, Muhammad Ali, Babe Ruth. If all those guys were lawyers and they were on a dream team and they showed up for this case to argue, nothing they would say would matter. That's how tyrannical this entire case is. Looking for updates from your boys at CNN. Looks like we might have another one. Yes, we do. Where they've added to what they put out previously. Okay. So Alina Habba, yep, started speaking. Habba began her presentation by attacking New York Attorney General Letitia James and accusing her of a politically motivated prosecution of Trump. Quote, "You are now being dragged through a political agenda," unquote, Habba said to Boa Judge in Goron. Quote, "If they wanted to commit fraud," unquote, Habba said to her clients, quote, "Why would they select Deutsche Bank, Zurich Insurance, some of the most sophisticated, highly regulated companies in the world? It makes no sense," unquote. So lunch is in about 15 minutes here, so we will hear President Trump come out and make a statement likely. Yeah, I think like an hour recess, or thereabouts. Then we'll hear Letitia James and her two Attorney General assistants come out and make statements. It's Andrew Amer or Kevin Wallace. Or they'll make their closing arguments rather. So they gave your Jersey Queen, Alina Habba, Ami Habba, about 15 minutes here before lunch and probably split with Cliff Roberts a little bit. Maybe 8 minutes for both to make their closing arguments. And Alina Habba, Jersey Queen Alina Habba, is going after Letitia James, harshly, strongly criticizing her for her illegal enforcement action of the Trump Organization. Now, you know, the question is like, why didn't Trump move his assets out of New York when he was president? Well, for a number of reasons. We already know, because A, he would have been heavily criticized, potentially investigated for participating in issues involving his business while he was president. But he could have directed his sons to do that. And even before he took the oath of office, he really should have potentially thought of and considered moving his organization outside of New York State. But hindsight is 2020, and I don't think Trump was aware, and I don't think really anyone was aware that there would be such a harsh response in this country, and what would ultimately happen here, you know, what, 8 years later, nearly 10 years later. But now we do know, and Trump isn't as unwise to the tactics that they would use. So, you know, maybe this is God's way of doing something. I don't know, it's God's plan. Okay, so let's watch for new updates here. You think they would provide more updates, right? In this like blog fashion, like why are we only getting updates every... Guy seems to talk whenever I'm talking. It always throws me off. Why are we only getting updates every, 10 minutes here? This is ridiculous. We should be getting updates, by the minute. Why do you have to... The other thing with this court security dude, he keeps on saying that. Why does he have to continue to do that, like, every 10 minutes to say, quiet down? Like, you say it once, that's it. Why do you... These are reporters. You think they care about this guy, like, saying this? Like, they could care less. Wait for another update here. Nothing. Let's read maybe something else that's not CNN. What do we got? We got one from Fox. We have one from Fox. Seems like all of these liberal newspapers have one, but Fox doesn't. You would think that they would, but they don't. Here we go. Some information here. Okay. Make sure you can see this. This is from ABC News. Headline, Trump attorney warns ruling, quote, impacts every corporation in New York, unquote. Trump attorney Chris Kise wrapped up his closing statement. Yada, yada, yada. So we already read a lot about how Chris Kise wrapped that up. They're not talking about Jersey Queen, Alina Habba. But so Kise is saying that this just impacts every corporation in New York. Kise repeated his claim that the alleged fraud lacks any witnesses, allegations of fraud, and lost money. Instead, the case is simply the, quote, weaponization of New York Executive Law 6312. He argued, quote, you cannot allow the Attorney General to pursue a victimless fraud and enforce the corporate death penalty, unquote, Kise said. That seems like a pretty bad update. Okay, so we got another one from CNN, or we got an update to the previous. Oh no, this is a new one. Headline, Trump attorney, Jersey Queen, Alina Habba, says Attorney General tried to, quote, intimidate Trump Organization executives. Donald Trump attorney, Jersey Queen, Alina Habba, focused her arguments during the closing for her clients, Jeff McConney and Alan Weisselberg, who former executives at the Trump Organization and co-defendants in this case, who are co-defendants in this case. They're named as defendants because Attorney General Letitia James wants to get to Trump, Habba alleged. Quote, they're trying to intimidate my other clients to get to them. Unquote. No, that's not unquote. That guy messed me up. Quote, the guy, whenever he yells, I have these earbuds, so I hear everything, and just, ugh. He does not need to yell that. If he continues to yell, just get the reporters out of there. And then bring them back during the breaks. Anyways, okay, let me read this again. Quote, they're trying to intimidate my other clients to get to him, unquote, Habba said. Quote, they want you to believe that if a human error exists, that is perfect for the Attorney General, Miss James, to come after Trump. It is not, unquote. Jersey Queen, Alina Habba, knocked the insurance fraud claims against McConney, the former Trump Organization controller, and Weisselberg, former chief financial officer, in the Attorney General's complaint. She noted that the insurance company in the complaint, Zurich, wow, so the sound just, no, okay, now it's back on. She noted that the insurance company in the complaint, Zurich, issued Trump's company 7 bonds in 2023. Jersey Queen, Alina Habba, do we have some commotion here? No, we don't. Habba also added that McConney was being unfairly targeted when he relied on Mazars, Trump's accounting firm, and is not himself an accountant. The man stood here and cried and said he was tired of being bullied, tired of being subpoenaed, and all he did was his best work, Hava said. Okay, so he brought in the McConney, Weisselberg stuff to provide, you know, throw them a bone a little bit, protect them a little bit. Yep. So, according to the email chain provisional schedule laid out yesterday, they should be kind of getting ready for the lunch break in the next few minutes here. So you should see Trump come out, maybe give a statement. So these security court jobs, where you see these dudes out front, this is the reason that the government is inflated. They have these bullshit jobs, they do nothing, these people are not employable. They really don't do anything throughout the day. They just sit there and chat with their buddies. They might deal with one situation per year, maybe two, that requires them to actually do something. Other than that, that's all they do is just sit here. And now this is a special setup, right? So they have to stand out front. Normally, they would be, I mean, this courthouse deals with both criminal and civil cases, but I'm saying in a civil context, they're not really doing much. They're not even standing up. They're just sitting in the courtroom or they're sitting in some office. It may be a little bit different in a criminal case because then they have to usher people in and out, but still very little work. All they do is just sit there and chat with their buddies. And again, I'm strictly speaking about the New York State court staff and not these alpha bros who are part of the Secret Service, like this guy here on the far left. So now they're getting ready. Trump's coming out. Maybe not. You got the, no, I'm wrong. You got the Guido, the tall guy. Looks like he's about 6'5", 6'7", maybe. Now he's learned to turn around when he needs to check his text messages. Because he's probably chatting with his girlfriend or something, or his wife. Maybe his second girlfriend. He's probably got a couple, right? He's got a couple extra marital affairs going. So he needs to check on all of them. Like his phone back in his pocket. No, he's still got his phone out. No, I'm wrong. So they've learned to turn their back to the cameras when they need to check their phones. I mean, it's kind of humiliating for these guys actually to be strut it out like this, don't you think? I mean, I would quit. They're like, hey, you need to be, in front. There's going to be a bunch of cameras, and you're going to be in a bunch of these pictures and stuff. I'd quit. I'd just say, you know what? See you dudes later. Bye. Alright, so I'm wondering what they're doing here, because now they're 5 minutes past their provisional lunch break schedule. I don't know. We'll see. All I know, we got that one black guy who's now a celebrity pretty much because he's been appearing so much in the media with all the videos and pictures taken from his trial. These guys should be like, they should get their own shows. Yeah, do nothing jobs for sure. It's, but if you're one of these guys, right, you get pretty much the entire year to chat with your buddies.
Quiet down, board is in session.
And then you got that asshole yelling, quiet down. And he does that every 5 minutes. It doesn't make any sense. You got the whole year, right, to talk to your buddies if you're one of these dudes, like these two dudes out front. If you're on camera during one of these live streams outside of the courtroom, why would you just sort of like act like you're not actually doing any work and chat with your buddies? You're just degrading your entire force by making it look like you're kind of a do-nothing fool. At least you got, the alpha bro on the right, who's like 6'6" or 6'7". At least he's been kind of like, chill, and he doesn't make himself look like a complete tool. So, and I've noticed that too. He's kind of adjusted his behavior a little bit. So now we have more people streaming out of the courtroom. Reporters, or let's actually look at one of these updates until we hear more commotion here when President Trump comes out. CNN right there. Refresh. Okay, no update. Interesting. Why aren't these reporters putting out more updates? That's what they're paid to do. I don't get it. We get 10 minutes between these updates. We need something that's like streaming, constant updates. why even put them in the courtroom if you're not going to stream the updates? I mean, they have phones in there. I think I think what that means is they're sending this through some editorial process before they put out these updates, because it's the mainstream media, right? They're trying to manipulate it, and that's the whole thing with only allowing reporters from CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times in here, because then they can kind of control the narrative and the updates that are then being, oh, you got the guy going on his phone here. Oh, this may be legitimate business, right? He may be communicating with other, like his supervisor or whatever, by text message. But they're both doing it at the same time, and they're showing pictures to one another, right? Which, I don't know, maybe this is part of their routine thing, but where they're doing, work within the scope of their role, but let's see how they react here. I don't know. It seems odd. Really right next to the doors of the courtroom, too. Okay, so it's probably part of their job, but yeah, they can control the narrative related to the updates coming out. Like, why not put, if you're Bobo, Judge, and Goron, why not put some alternative sort of media reporters in the press pool as well, and kind of ensure some fairness that way as well. I mean, you could put Laura Loomer in there, for example, or Laura Loomer is in Iowa right now, but you know what I mean. You could put someone like that in that press pool. And the fact that he's not doing that, and that he is ensuring that only these hack reporters are able to get these updates out, shows you, his intent behind this entire case. All right, let's pull up some CNN updates. See what we get. Nothing. ABC, let's see. Okay, so ABC put out another update here. 11:48, so 10 minutes ago. Trump lawyer calls case a political agenda, drawing rebuke. Second of the three defense attorneys to present closing arguments. Jersey Queen Nina Haba began her statement with accusations of political motives. Yep, it's true. Jersey Queen, who also serves as Trump's legal spokesperson, said this case started before Ms. James took office, referring to New York Attorney General Letitia James as true. You are now being dragged through a political agenda. The accusations prompted an interjection from Judge Engoron, who earlier in the week instructed Trump's attorneys via email that Trump should be participate in the closings, would have to abide by the same rules lawyers must adhere to when delivering a closing statement, namely commentary on the relevant material facts that are in evidence and application of the relevant law to those facts. You saw the email exchange. What Judge Engoron reminded Jersey Queen Haba of. So facts, law. Haba pivoted, declaring that Trump is worth billions and arguing that... Oh. No, I don't have... Sorry. Thought that was Trump. Haba pivoted, declaring that Trump is worth billions and arguing that there could be no fraud. She said the Trump Organization and its executives relied on the company's outside accounting firm, Mazars USA, to flag any impropriety with asset valuations and how they were calculated. We have wasted years, you and me, Your Honor, and for what? Haba said. Yeah, it's true. Absolute waste of time. Someone's phone is ringing. You hear it? Okay. So here we go. Interesting. So Trump again asked to speak in court. Very, very powerful. Donald Trump attorney Chris Kise is now asking Judge Arthur Engoron to reconsider letting the former president speak for 2 to 3 minutes. What would Judge Engoron ask Trump if he will promise to just comment on the facts in the case? Well, I think, Your Honor, that I think this case goes outside just the facts, Trump responded, speaking from the defense table. He then launched into a monologue. The facts are the financial statements are perfect, that there are no witnesses against us. The banks got all their money paid back. There were great loans, Trump continued. See how CNN, whoever's doing these, is messing this up because it's not there were great loans. They were great loans. That's what Trump said. They're trying to like misrepresent Trump's statements here. It's because CNN is just a bunch of low IQ hacks and assholes. So they're either doing this intentionally or they're just low IQ. I mean, I must say, you know, Trump looks pretty good today. I mean, looks strong, looks alpha, looks confident, sharply dressed. What else can you say? As opposed to when this case started, you know, Trump looked a little bit. Oh, we got one new post from ABC. Let's see what they say. Here's something happened. Oh, we got Trump coming out here.
I don't know if you can hear me because they don't allow mics, but this is a political witch hunt, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. They owe me damages for what they've done. We have a great company. We're a very innocent company. We did everything right. They have no witness against us other than Michael Cohen, who's a discredited felon. They have no witnesses against us whatsoever. They don't have one piece of paper. What we've run is a great company, and that's been proven. Very highly successful company. This was a political witch hunt for election interference, but also for getting somebody elected because you wanted to get the publicity. It's a disgrace, and they should pay me damages. That's the way it should be. They should be paying me damages. This is a disgraceful situation. This is why businesses are fleeing New York, like Exxon. Millions and millions of dollars a year in taxes, and I paid millions and millions of dollars a year. We paid approximately $300 million over a fairly short period of time, and they don't want me to pay it anymore. This is a very serious problem because companies are fleeing New York. They ought to focus on the crime, violent crime in the city. One of the reasons they're fleeing. The other reason they flee is because of attorney generals like this that just want to get elected. Thank you very much. It's been a very successful trial. I don't know that we're going to get a fair ruling. But everybody knows what I just said. This is a sham, and it's a shame. Thank you.
Are you talking today at the press conference?
Are you going to talk to the press?
Thank you. Will you be back?
Order.
I'm not permitted to talk with the president, and I will be heading down to 40 Wall Street for a press conference at 2:30.
Okay, good night.
Yeah, good night, all. Thanks.
2:15?
So Alina Hala just jumped in there and said that she's going to be doing a press conference down at 40 Wall Street at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's right in the middle of Letitia James' closing statements, which is a pretty smart legal move because that then takes away some of the press coverage from Letitia James. you know, it'd be good actually then to have an additional press conference right when Letitia James wants to come out of the courtroom after the case is over. So now we have Letitia James coming out here. She's smiling like a scoundrel, like a criminal, because she just stole the Trump organization out from under President Trump. It's gross. It's ridiculous. Now we have this whole... I mean, how many people do you need from the New York State Attorney General's office? It looked like literally 50 people in snake-like fashion followed Letitia James out of the courtroom. Just really a bunch of insects. This case was not that complicated to begin with. And to devote so much resource to this particular case as opposed to a lot of other areas in New York that require significant intervention. It just shows you that, you know, she is targeting President Trump. Now we have a picture outside the courthouse.
I mean, that'd be nice to get a shot of him walking.
Everybody's streaming out.
Yeah, maybe something, you know, but...
Staff.
I was gonna flip off all the cameras when I was up there, but I was like, I was gonna flip off all the cameras when I was up there, but I was like, someone's got like a live bump right now, and I'm gonna like...
You know, yeah, Frazier, I thought he was gonna come out, and he was walking through the hallway.
Yeah. I know, can you imagine being fired?
Frazier was coming out. I just
Who's
don't...
Frazier?
He's
Because of that?
also defended. There's 3 guys, or 4 guys on trial.
Oh.
No,
Yeah,
he
it's not just left
finished.
here.
They let him talk
He's the main guy,
for like a
CEO,
minute.
But there's this guy Frazier.
In there,
What's he look
and then
I shot
actually
him a
the park
couple of
report, and
times
then
in
he's
the
gonna head
past.
over. So I'm sure he's talking in the hallway now.
Very
Hey,
preppy.
I knew I'd see you. Yeah, you too. And then he's gonna head over. Yeah. We'll see if
I have a shot of him from this morning.
Let me see.
Let me see if I can find it.
Wanna
Hold on.
get lunch after this? Do that? Yeah. Wow.
I got to back up a lot. Hang on.
I know, I'm not super hungry, but I know I'll be hungry. What'd you get?
Oh, I'm not. I'm leaving.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just showing him a photograph.
Yeah, you have to go to the one after that.
No, Frazier. No, the guy from
Wayne
the
LaPierre's
N-
code.
the
Yeah,
NRA
there's like 2
General
delis. There's the
Counsel.
first one and there's one right after.
He's in there.
Really?
I shot him
No,
Monday
like, if you
because
walk
he had
up-
the trial on Monday.
There's
What's his
like
name? I'll
Civic,
just
I think, and then the one is
What's his
better.
name?
The
Oh.
Civic one I feel like is giving me like
Frazier.
food poisoning.
Just put Frazier,
Yeah,
NRA.
it's
F-R-A-Z-E-R.
Yeah.
F-R-A. Frazier. Like, you know, the
Let me
TV
know when
show.
you're done.
F-R-A-Z, like Joe
So I don't have to go
Frazier.
back until 2:15, so.
Yeah, you'll see a picture of him because he's way in the front of what I shot today. It's hundreds of pictures I gotta go through.
What?
Oh, that guy?
Let's see. Top right corner looks like him. Blow that up there, top right corner. Yeah, that's him.
Actually, let's see some updates from CNN.
I had
Quickly to see if there's been any significant changes. Okay,
In fact, here's LaPierre.
3 minutes ago, update.
I shot
Trump
Pierre.
goes into
He's in
campaign
there as
speech
well.
mode and court address.
That's
Donald Trump spoke
Wayne
from the defense
LaPierre.
table for
He
roughly
was in
5
there
minutes
earlier.
as closing
Attorney
arguments
General's been
concluded
speaking
before
for 2 months, right?
Hobo judge and Goron cut him off.
Attorney General's going to do
Trump's
what?
comments
Just
were
James
similar to
been
what he
speaking
said
his
in
mind.
public all along
Okay.
during the trial, and he did not criticize
Yeah,
the
if you
judge
want
or
a
his
picture
quote.
of Frazier today,
Quote, the
let's
facts
see.
are the financial statements are perfect.
That's all right. I got Wayne
There are
LaPierre.
no witnesses against
Yeah,
us.
all right, so
Banks
then
got all
you're
the money
good.
paid back. They were great loans, Trump said. It was a political witch hunt, Trump added, claiming that we should receive damages. You have a situation where I'm an innocent man. I've been persecuted by somebody running for office, and I think you have to go outside the bounds, the former president said. What's happened here, sir, is a fraud on me, Trump said. They want to make sure that I don't win again, and this is partially election interference.
Can you do a quick check over there?
I think it is. I think it's very serious election interference. Plus, I think it's just retaliation against President Trump to try and enact some sort of, personal retribution for any alleged grievances that these radical lunatics have against President Trump for, maybe eroding some of the rights by appointing, U.S. Supreme Court justices that they find to be somehow sacrosanct. Roe v. Wade being one of them. I don't know. Maybe it's just that. It's just political. It's just political sort of, retaliation. All right.
Hopefully they're not on lunch. Take care, guys. Stay safe.
Andrew, where's your gear?
It's upstairs in the hallway.
Oh, I thought that was all done. No?
What done? You guys want to comment from me? Are you waiting for somebody?
This is live. Yes, go to the microphones. And
He's done, I think. He's gone. That would be my guess. Did you see anything over here?
No, but I heard, he has a press conference too.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever, I don't care. But yeah, and then the state will begin their closing at 2:15. So I'm just gonna run and get a sandwich quick.
Oh yeah.
Happy New Year. What's up, man? How are you? How you been? Good. Everything okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna split quick and get lunch and then come back. It's depressing upstairs. It's depressing hallway. Well, I was talking to Billy. It's like I have a 3800 Kelvin headache. It's just kind of like greenish. It's all like Ted knows. Yeah.
I think when the congestion price comes in, I'm driving my own car. I mean, already.
Get ready.
What does the sign say? Where do you live now? But if you come in, you only pay like to come into the Bronx, it's only $2, right? So until
I have to go over the
yeah, that congestion pricing is tax. That was the only way to move a bunch of stuff.
It's a money grab.
It's a money grab. It's a money grab.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. What bridge? Oh, okay. So my wife, well, she's still up in her. So, yeah. I didn't want to go on. What bridge is? No, well, yeah, but she picked that spot. There's let's get a house in the middle. It's not really the middle. It's not like 1 or 2 minutes. Every day. It's actually 3 hours. In the summer. It's narrow. Once they do
Well, saying it.
Which one? Well, you know what song I've had stuck in my head the whole day?
I still think of that scene all the time. Remember when the guy was pretending he's making I think it was this. Yeah, it was these steps. Yeah, was it this boat?
Imagine that.
better than last time. Last time, yeah. Done that for 10 minutes. Like, oh no.
I'm not sure.
I didn't even use a hand wash.
Did he say anything out here? No. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess he's doing his presser, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Sarah, that's it? Or he's still
yeah,
up
Trump
there?
left.
Trump did leave.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a press conference at like 2:30.
Yeah, we're already over.
And how you got in?
No, it's pool. For video, it's pool.
Okay.
Fox
yeah, I
is
was about to say because everyone's been denied.
Yeah, well, you can take the Fox is pool. They have to do it. So.
Yeah. Well. Anyway. Yeah. So we
Oh,
were
you did
denied.
stills today?
No, I was doing video.
Okay.
Peter was doing stills. So yeah, we were denied access though to the presser. So.
Everyone's standing up there waiting to get to the bottom. Because the building's called Trump something.
Right.
If he does.
Right. Okay.
You know the AG's can speak.
Right now? Does she
She
know?
said, probably.
End of day. Okay.
If Trump's gone, why wouldn't she walk out now?
Yeah, I don't know. I did get her on the way out, but she wasn't speaking. You know, just walking by.
Yeah, her black said she's going to speak up.
Okay. Cool. You know. See you.
I think that's it. I think that's the press conference. I mean, she's definitely speaking. I still be reading to get out. So you gotta get moving. Yeah, so they're looking for response from different people. They do that all the time.
You guys joined in over here. Yeah, the video guys joined in. It's a weird. Yeah, he's left it.
That's all he's doing?
Yeah, he's got a sign or something.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
What's up, man? How you doing? It's like this time. Okay, he's going to a press conference now.
Hey, Curtis.
Hey, Ken.
These mics are all live.
So don't say anything untoward.
I've seen it.
Oh, you seen it?
Yeah.
Let me get your number and I'll see.
I got it.
They're not even like time. So, they left me with oil, right? You're bored. You're my boy.
Checking it twice. See who's naughty and nice.
over there now.
No, I gotta make sure he's okay. Now you make me think he's not doing good.
Nah, he looks lost.
Someone just needs to
Shannon, you're on the front of the New York Times.
Sweet. Later, Chad.
See you later, Shannon.
Great.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Take my time. Thank you.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. I thought all buildings, because of the American Disability. There's something real about it.
You guys going in the pen?
We're going to the truck. Oh, they just closed.
Yeah. Exit that way, please.
I mean, they're shutting down, so.
used to get like 5 hours.
Happy New Year, Mike.
This one, yeah, this one's going. We've been using this for a few years now. Like batteries. That's less life than it's good. So you got 2 hours. This one doesn't at all. No, this one. Yeah, yeah, this, yeah. No, I think in general, all don't. Who's what? How are you, sir?
I'll flag it over you, all right? Yeah, I'm just going to send them up the stairs. If they don't go up the stairs, I'll shut you. All right.
Someone's waving at you. What's going on?
No, nobody's waving at
Clima.
Go out this way?
Oh, yes. No,
wow, we got a little. Okay. Trump came out here?
They're still here.
Hey, man.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Forgot about this Well, President Donald Trump walked out of the courtroom this afternoon, once again called the civil case against him a disgrace. Just a few minutes earlier, Trump spoke inside the courtroom and said much the same thing. He told the judge the case was nothing but election interference. Trump and his organization are accused of tax fraud to get better loan terms or lower taxes on properties. The lawyer presented closing arguments this morning. The prosecution gets its turn this afternoon. Trump and his organization are accused of tax fraud to get better loan terms or lower taxes on properties. Lawyers presented closing arguments this morning. Lawyers for the state get their turn this afternoon. Trump and his organization are accused of tax fraud to get better loan terms or lower taxes on properties. His lawyers presented closing arguments this morning. Lawyers for the state get their turn this afternoon. This is the 10th time Trump has appeared in court since the civil trial began. Back in November, he took the stand in his own defense, clashing with prosecutors and the judge when he refused to answer questions with a simple yes or no. At one point, the judge threatened to remove Trump from the witness stand due to his outbursts. That day, New York Attorney General Letitia James said Trump's distractions can't hide the truth. That day, New York Attorney General Letitia James said Trump's distractions can't hide the truth. In addition to the civil case, Trump faces 91 criminal counts in 4 different cases. He was pleaded not guilty in all those cases. Bradley Blackman, CBS News, New York.
I know, exactly. That's what I was worried about. They shut down like the motor games about
See Rob? Begovic? They can't do it.
I know. Oh yeah, that's crazy. I would never do it.
So they
been like that for like half an hour.
Yeah, I just you see Rob Michaelvic?
He's on the corner. Hold on.
Otherwise, you would have been like, oh, sorry, gotta go that way. Show me an idea. Yeah.
But they don't care.
I was like, really? He's like, yeah.
But apparently, Arena Bob's. This is your gist. Oh, you want to bring?
I was just actually going to go get a coffee and come back.
Yeah, you have to put up.
I'm looking around like, what's my going I'm sorry. I'm like, hold on. I'm the only one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Total capitalism.
What we want. Things should pick up again here briefly. We want total capitalism.
the one. Oh, there was a dude. He said, so they stole it. Yes, yes. That's what they do. That's what they
Okay, so it looks like we got a minor change here. Let's see what we can figure out. We pulled the live stream here. So Trump's giving a press conference at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. The AP just live chatted the link to that. So let's go over there. So it looks like maybe President Trump is leaving. "23 minutes from now."
Right now.
This is another live stream. So they're setting up the press conference here. It's kind of near 40 Wall Street. So we'll pull that up when it begins. So, President Trump's statement earlier. Yeah, I mean, these cases where you're dealing with a sham court, kangaroo court, not even a kangaroo court, it's a show trial. These are the kinds of cases that I've experienced relentlessly that have been imposed upon me through lawfare. And no one really believed me, while I was going through it. And then now this is starting to happen to more and more people. People are seeing it take place against President Trump, against other people like Alex Jones. And this is a way that our court system has been infiltrated by these communist actors. Like for me, one example was in 2017, they had tried to put me in jail for complaining on Facebook with a public post on my own Facebook profile. And it was just a peaceful, legitimate post. I've never threatened anybody in my entire life. And they said that I couldn't use an individual's name in the post. And then they gave me 18 hours to respond to 150 years worth of gag orders. 150 years that are still imposed on me, by the way. So 18 hours. I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a millionaire. How in the world are you going to erect a legal defense in that short amount of time? You can't. That's the point. They don't want you to. And then they withdrew my attorneys. And then they sanctioned me like thousands and thousands of dollars for representing myself. And I did nothing to incur the wrath of those financial sanctions. And there were other sanctions too, for example, like I couldn't file any pleadings to defend myself. Like what? Huh? So President Trump and Alex Jones and those people are kind of getting the light version of what I experienced. I mean, no one has ever seen what was imposed on me. And again, this is just for really honest and truthful criticism of other people on the internet. And they have waged this war against me personally for now approaching 10 years. It's shortly going to be 10 years. And, there's a few other people who have been hit with a similar kind of pattern of abuse. But it's very, now that you're seeing this happen to other people, and it's like, they could probably get away with it when it's some no-name person like me. But now that it's happening with President Trump or people like Alex Jones, they give them the light version because they can't get away with what they did to me, but it's still pretty egregious what they're able to do to President Trump, steal all these assets in New York and bar President Trump from doing business in New York. No trial with a jury. Threatened to pull President Trump's legal defense yesterday because President Trump wanted to deliver closing remarks. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're waiting for this press conference here. I was just standing up, going to a different computer over here, and you know, before I was thinking about how you can somehow prevent these show trials from taking place, what kind of accountability needs to happen with some of these officials, these bureaucrats who pull this off. And the only thing that I could ever think of at the time was prosecuting some of these judges at some point for RICO violations, having a U.S. Attorney's Office step up to do that. And I still think that that is the only solution at some level to send a clear message to the rest of these states to stop these show trials, because I think it's gotten to that point. And shoot, where everything is you know, it's just, it's pretty wild how, and some of these states like New York are notorious for doing this to many people, many people. And I think people are just becoming aware of it on a more widespread basis now that this is happening to President Trump. So we're waiting here for this press conference to begin, and if it doesn't start here, we have another live stream set up, I think from the AP, ready to go. So we'll switch accordingly. Get this live. Alina Habba is going to be conducting the press conference. Maybe President Trump will be there. Not sure. Probably not. He's probably not going to be out in the open, in open air like this, but Alina Habba will step in and maybe have an emailed statement or something from President Trump, or President Trump, as soon as he gets access to a computer or an iPhone or something, can then send her his comments. But I mean, we're really dealing, and you know, the average person here I've seen, for example, on some of these AP live chats, you know, none of this stuff has ever happened to them. They don't understand the court system. They don't understand the legal system. They don't understand attorneys. They don't understand any of this stuff. They don't, again, this stuff has never happened to them. And the only people standing in the way from this stuff happening to them, because again, this lawfare is going to impact everyone at some point. I mean, they're going to start taking people's homes in New York with these illegal immigrants coming in, okay? And when some family files a lawsuit, the state and whatever advocacy organizations could easily just use lawfare against them, and then they're finally understand and experience it for themselves, and they're going to be like, whoa, you know, this is totally like Nazi level abuse directed at me. And then suddenly they'll be like, oh yeah, oh wait, whoa, yep, and they'll finally understand it. So but again, going back to this idea that like, how do you stop this? Unfortunately, the only way that I think that you can stop this in places like New York would be prosecuting some of these judges who engage in this massive level of corruption. And what we're seeing, especially down in Georgia right now, with Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, and them paying each other, well, I mean, her paying him upwards of $1 million. We don't know if, I guess Nathan Wade is paying her in the form of maybe cruise tickets, stuff like that, romance, money laundering, and they're stooping each other. It's just, they shove it in your face, all right? What else do you need? What else do you need? What else do you need? What else do you need, right? To show how corrupt our legal system has become. And I don't know if it was always this way, and maybe it was in some ways, and maybe some ways it wasn't. I don't think it was. I'm confident of that. I mean, I can tell you that when they have repeatedly tried to jail me for just really just pure First Amendment exercise, core political speech, I knew that I was either, you know, in the Twilight Zone, or it was almost like being on another planet. You're like, what? And so, yeah, I mean, whatever they've done to Alex Jones or President Trump, they've probably hit me in terms of intensity 20, 30 times worse, but just not as impactful because of the money involved and so forth, and the notoriety involved because I'm a no-name. And if it's happened to me, I mean, how many other people has this happened to? And again, this is over a 10-year period. Hit me with so many hit pieces in the media over those 10 years. I mean, I had to take down the City Pages, which was a pretty well-known newspaper in this area. Sued them. Instead of paying me, they closed the entire business down. All right, so we have this live stream, then we have your AP live stream. I don't know why the AP switched live streams like that midstream. Maybe they sometimes there's duration limits on these live streams. I think you can only live stream for like 12 hours or something, but I don't think it was streaming for 12 hours. I don't know what. Got a bunch of amateurs running these live streams, but okay, so we got two up here. This one's Crux. I don't know what Crux is, never heard of him before, but just waiting for Alina Hava to show up here. Go live. These cops are using their phones a lot to text message, I've noticed. So, you know, the judiciary, especially, which is the most corrupt segment of the legal system in many ways, prosecutors are almost as corrupt. They've created a black box. You can't get information out. They'll cite those self-constructed immunities. And so they've tried to render any sort of creative problem solving void by doing that. And if you think about it thoroughly, I mean, maybe there are some other ideas out there, because even if you sue a judge, writs of mandamus, writs of prohibition, you can sue a judge civilly, it'll get thrown out right away. The only thing, I mean, you can sue a judge for declarative relief and stuff like that, but good luck there. A lot of that stuff still gets thrown out. And it doesn't mitigate the underlying conduct at all. In fact, most of these judges who get appointed are former prosecutors who have been churning in the same corrupt system for many, many years. And so that's how they become a judge. So it's a self-perpetuating engine of corruption. And that's what you're seeing here with this trial of President Trump. Looks like a couple Trump executives here. This is at Trump Tower. And yeah, I think it's really it's a smart idea to hold the press conference in the middle of Letitia James and her closing argument. It kind of steals her thunder a little bit. Because, you know, A, it doesn't really matter what she says, and B, we all know that it won't make any difference at all. And most importantly, it kind of takes the wind out of her sails when she comes out of that courtroom, because she wants to seek reporters. She wants her name in the headlines. Oh, President Trump is arriving here. Okay. Secret Service. Let's turn the audio on. There's a bunch of people yelling, "Fuck Joe Biden." Here we go. Here we go. Let's check this other one. Okay, so the same. Okay, so the AP is also switching to this feed. Here, let's make sure the audio's off. Let's make sure the audio is off for this other one. Yep. This is the Crocs. We got about 376. We got about 3,000 people watching the AP feed here. Got the microphone set up. See President Trump show up here, take the microphone, and be able to give his analysis. Effectively, really, President Trump's closing argument in this case. So, you know, if anything, hopefully this goes for at least 5 minutes, because I think that this gives President Trump, oh, here we go.
Good afternoon.
There we go.
Let's remember that before I walked into court, we had already lost. That was clear with his motion for summary judgment. Before witnesses, before experts, and do I think any of it mattered? I certainly hope so, but for anybody that was in the courtroom for the last 11 weeks, you heard that there was not one fact against President Trump. There was not one piece of paper that showed anyone committed fraud. Employee of the Trump Organization, which has single-handedly changed the New York skyline, including the building we are in today. These are special properties. Real estate is an art, not a science. But you know what else is an art? You know what else isn't a science? Political motivated individuals. She's using this to paint a canvas that Donald Trump is a fraudster because they can't beat him in the polls. They can't beat him in the polls, so she ran on Trump because that was the only way she could win. And now, today, after 11 weeks, after 3 years, we have concluded that he indeed committed no wrong. The Trump Organization committed no wrong, and the kids have been dragged in just like the other defendants, and it is wrong. America needs to step up, and there's only one person who can do that. My client, Donald Trump. President Trump, everybody.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've gone through years with this person. She's a political hack, the Attorney General. The judge is obviously extremely friendly with the group, and we'll see what happens. I think maybe he may surprise people on a positive side. We'll have to see what happens exactly. But we've proven this case so conclusively. We've asked for directed verdict many times. They don't have any facts. They don't have any evidence against us. Millions and millions of pages, years of litigation, and all politically motivated. She campaigned on a "I will get Trump." If you've ever seen any of her clips, they're horrible clips, actually. The anger. She's got serious Trump derangement syndrome. There's no question about it. Letitia James, the corrupt Attorney General of New York. So we've proven our case. There's not one witness against us other than one person who is a deranged. He's got a lot of problems. He's a man who's been convicted of lying. He's a felon, convicted felon, and not a good person. But that's their only witness, and he's now crashed and burned. They have no witnesses. And by the way, that witness took back everything that he said. He took back everything he said in court, took it all back. So they have no case. It's a shame that a thing like this is able to happen. Businesses leave New York. She went after Exxon, and they decided to move to Texas, and hundreds of millions of dollars they pay in taxes. I paid over $300 million of taxes over the last number of years. $300 million.
Incredible.
And they don't recognize that. They don't recognize anything. So think of it, not one witness, millions of pages of document, years of this nonsense, and now it goes on. And one other factor, we won this case already in the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals voted in favor of us. But this judge has been very, very slow to accept that opinion because that's not the opinion that he wants. But we won in the Court of Appeals. That's the boss of this judge. He has to know that. And it was a conclusive victory, statute of limitations and other things. And that case has already been won. So that's the story. And I thought we'd come down to 40 Wall Street, which is a great building, and you'd get a chance to see one of the nicest buildings in New York and a convenient place. And I don't have to pay any rent because we have it, and it's been a very successful building. But it's a shame to have gone through this for years and years and years. And now we'll see if we're going to get an honest verdict. We didn't have a jury. We had no rights to a jury. It's a statute that's never been used before for a purpose like this. I just watched a certain broadcast, and they said, you know, they've been looking, has it ever been used before? This is a statute that's a consumer fraud statute, never been used for anything like this before, and it's a shame. It's really it's a witch hunt in the truest sense of the word. It's election interference. And it just came out, this was just right now, Letitia James visited Joe Biden in the White House numerous times during the Trump witch hunt. And this just came out about 10 minutes ago, I got it. And so it's all a conspiracy to try and get Biden, who can't put two sentences together, trying to get him into office. So I just want to let you know that we have our best poll numbers, we have the best everything, despite this. And maybe because of this, because the people of the United States, all of those people back there, but the people of the United States really get it. They get it better than anybody else. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you agree with your lawyers what they said on Tuesday, that you should not be prosecuted or could not be prosecuted if you ordered SEAL Team 6 to kill a political opponent?
Well, you're talking about a totally different case, the immunity. I say this, on immunity, very simple. If a president of the United States does not have immunity, he'll be totally ineffective because he won't be able to do anything, because it will mean he'll be prosecuted, strongly prosecuted perhaps, as soon as he leaves office by the opposing party. So a president of the United States, I'm not talking just me, I'm talking any president has to have immunity. As an example, Biden could come out and you could get him on the border, you could get him on what happened in Afghanistan, a horrible, most embarrassing moment in the history of this country. You could get him on a lot of different things. You could get him taking cash from countries. You could get him on the prosecutor not prosecuting his son or the company or whoever it was.
Yeah, but that's not within the scope of the presidency.
In Ukraine. You could get him on that, where it was a quid pro quo, if you remember that. If they don't drop the prosecutor, we're not giving them $1 billion of U.S. funds. If you don't have immunity, you can... you won't be making any decisions, so you have to have it. And I liken it to the fact that police have to have their control back. They have to have respect. And you can always have a bad apple. You can always have something happen. But at the same time, you have to stop crime in this country. It's very much like that. It's very similar to that. But you have to have immunity for a president, and I think most people are seeing that. I've read a lot of legal reports lately and scholarly reports that are saying you really have to have a president of this country has to have immunity, or they're not going to be able to function in office. Yeah, Bob?
President Trump, we're just days away from the Iowa caucuses. What percentage of your time these days is spent on your campaign, and what percentage is spent on your legal issues?
Well, see, my legal issues, every one of them, everyone, civil and the criminal ones, are all set up by Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden. This is something that's never happened in this country. Even when you look at this is all about Biden and her meeting. So even the civil ones, this is civil, they're set up by Biden. Every single, just about, case that I'm involved in is set up by Biden. They're doing it for election interference. And in a way, I guess you'd consider it part of the campaign, because if you really look at it, they are doing this. It's never been done like this in this country. It's like we're a third world country, a banana republic. But every one of the things that you write about are Biden indictments. And I don't know, I just got a poll. We just had a poll. It just came out, and we're leading massively in Iowa. We're leading very big in New Hampshire. We're leading because the people understand this stuff. These are all set up. Every time somebody sees me in court, remember, Joe Biden and his thugs that surround him did it. They're trying to get a man in office that can't put two sentences together, and they're doing that. But so far, we seem to do very well.
You have the Iowa caucuses Monday, an event in New Hampshire Tuesday. Are you going to be back in court for the Eugene Carroll case on Wednesday? Tuesday?
Yeah, well, that's another one. That's sponsored by Reid Hoffman and some Democrat operatives. I never saw this woman in my life other than they have a picture with her and her husband, John Johnson, a nice guy who was a newscaster many years ago. I remember him, and she said horrible things about him since. I mean, horrible, horrible things, called him bad names. I have no idea who this woman is. I have absolutely no idea. The whole thing is ridiculous that this is even a case. This should never have happened. But again, this is sponsored by the Democrats. It's another case. All sponsored by, it's a demeaning kind of a thing, and that's what they want to do. It's called election interference. And yeah, I'm going to go to it, and I'm going to explain. I don't know who the hell she is. I have no idea. They called me up years ago, and they said, do you know about this woman 25 or 30 years ago? She doesn't even know the date, the time, the month, the season. She has no idea. And if you read and if you watch, take a look at the Anderson Cooper interview of her. And if you take a look at that, Trump is so innocent. But we have been given a very unfair trial there, too. I don't get very fair trials in New York.
Have you made a decision about whether you're going to show up for the federal trials? You showed up here in New York for your civil fraud trial. You just said you're going
Same
to show
thing
up for the
happens
Carroll
to me.
case. Are you planning to show up in court
when
they begin, whenever they begin?
Sure,
The
sure.
documents case?
I would do that. Well, the documents case, I just hear where they want to try and exonerate Biden, and he didn't have the Presidential Records Act, and I do. What I did, nothing wrong. What he did, a lot of people say substantially wrong. You can't have two tiers of justice in this country. But no, I want to go to all of my trials. These are all set up by Biden and the Democrats. This is their new form of cheating. This is, like last time, this is their new form of cheating. So far, I think it's gone very much against them. Yeah, please.
Yes, during the hearing, you said that Exxon left New York because of the New York Attorney General's case, but Exxon actually left in 1989.
No, they took the rest of their divisions out. Yeah. They left earlier. They were treated very badly in New York. You could have had them in New York. They could have been paying a lot of money.
But it wasn't Letitia James.
Oh, no, I think if you take a look, you read the case, study the case, you'll see that they took big divisions out after that. They originally left, and then they took the rest out.
You just said you're going
because of the Donziger situation.
Biden on various issues you outlined.
I didn't say I could get him on anything. I said he is using the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI to go after his political opponent, and you just can't do that. Thank you very much.
There was a bomb threat that doesn't fall in this case. Is that ever okay to be public staff?
Probable support. Got the whole MAGA train in there. There we go. So unfortunately, we're a little bit delayed here on this this live stream, but we still got most of it here. So interesting. There was a ton of people in there. And I mean, they brought up the E. Jean Carroll case. They brought up presidential immunity. And the E. Jean Carroll case is symbolic of this whole thing because of the fact that it's just crazy. And President Trump brought up the fact that she went on Anderson Cooper and she was drugged out of her mind. I don't know what kind of dosage of Xanax she was on, but man, oh man. I mean, she was just acting nutty. And, okay, so we have now President Trump leaving Trump Tower. getting back into the motorcade and then going back to the airport and probably flying back down to Mar-a-Lago. Well, that was a really good idea to do that kind of press conference, closing argument. I don't know how you want to describe it, but I wish that it would have went a little longer. But I'm assuming that the Secret Service really wanted to get him out of there as quickly as possible, considering the number of people that were there. And so they advised President Trump to do this within a short time window, which, you know, it's understandable. Kind of wish it would have went a little bit longer. Maybe there's a virtual closing statement that President Trump could deliver somehow once he gets back to Mar-a-Lago and has time to think this over and maybe get some rest. But you know, that would be great to have. But certainly stealing the thunder from Letitia James while she performs her closing argument right now by way of her two assistants, Andrew Amer or Kevin Wallace. Kept Chris Kise in the courtroom, they kept Cliff Roberts in the courtroom, and then Alina Habba jumped in this press conference to introduce President Trump and give a very compressed summary of the day's events. What a great building, though, the Trump building. I have walked through that area, and it's just a beautiful building. Probably the most beautiful in that neighborhood. And there is, you know, the New York Stock Exchange isn't very far from that either, so. Trump's poll numbers have gone way up. And I've been looking at them every single day, and here in Wisconsin as well as Michigan, the lead has only increased over the past day or two. And it seems like the more they perform these legal tricks, the greater that lead becomes. I think if I were to predict anything, especially considering the fact that we have more information out coming out now about Letitia James, and let's look that up too. I'm in the mood to do that. So Letitia James, that's a great piece of evidence that President Trump brought out during that press conference. Turn the audio off here. See if we have anything here. Okay, so we have Crux going back to the feed at the courtroom. Okay. So Letitia James will you can see how the courtroom itself has become a lot less packed since President Trump left. So no one cares now since President Trump left and Alina Habba, our Jersey Queen, left. Maybe Alina Habba comes back here to the courtroom to kind of see and hear what the state is saying during these closing arguments, but Letitia James will likely issue some sort of statement on Twitter, which will be roundly criticized. And I'm sure if she does release a statement on Twitter, people are going to be linking to some of this information regarding her meetings at the Biden White House. And let's pull it. Oh, speaking of our favorite people, if you saw that, that was what's his name, who just came out of the courtroom. Oh shoot. I'm gonna pull up. Dang it! It's the I'm forgetting his name right now. Um, oh my God. It is he's the president of Jim Owl's Liberal Democratic Club, who just came out of the courtroom. We saw that on the stream. His name is Alan Roscoff. Yeah, Alan Roscoff just came out of the courtroom. Now, that's another interesting thing because, like, how did he get preferential seating at this trial? Is it because he knew Fat Cow? Greenfield? Because he is shown not so much in images, but we see that Allison Greenfield had attended and contributed amounts of money to the Jim Owls Liberal Democratic Club. And so, you know, I mean, does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? No. But is it still, you know, an act showing misconduct? Yes, yeah, absolutely. You know, and I'm sure that he's going to go and talk to all his gay buddies that, oh yeah, I saw closing arguments. Like, you know, he's treating this like it's tickets to the Super Bowl or something. It's just really crazy and wild and stupid. Let's see Letitia James. You can see though that President Trump, I mean, you know, President Trump usually has a lot of energy. But you know, these legal, I'm telling you, and it's just, these are micro PTSD moments for me because I think that I have a lot of energy and I had way more energy too back in the day. I'm trying to get the sunlight's coming in here because it's kind of midday over here. You know, Trump did look a little bit like he was lacking energy because this legal wrangling takes so much out of you, regardless of how much energy you have. Just the pure sort of resuscitation of all these allegations against you that are always generally either trumped up or false or exaggerated. It's like saying, oh, you jaywalked. Oh my God, you're a felon now. And then this constantly being shouted at you nonstop for days on end, for weeks on end. It takes a toll on you. And so you can see why President Trump showed up to that press conference and he seemed like he was maybe lacking a little bit of energy. And, you know, of course, maybe deprived of food during the day because maybe lunch wasn't that great or something, you know, especially in a short time window where you had to eat. And even, I'm not just saying President Trump was lacking energy. Even the Secret Service agents seemed like they were lacking some energy. So what does that tell you? Pretty funny because that one guy who's always with President Trump, it's like President Trump's favorite Secret Service agent, like the tall guy. He seems like a really nice guy. The energy he's got, and he's usually got like laser focus, you know, when he's watching people. And here, when he showed up, he seemed like he was like tired from just dealing with all this toxic stuff in this courtroom. Okay, so anyways, I keep on resisting getting to the Letitia James Biden White House trips. Okay, so Fox Business issued this report. Boy, Jersey Queen Alina Habba is looking sharp and articulate in all these interviews. And looking alpha. Most importantly, looking alpha. Alpha as fuck. Love it. Okay. That's the most important thing in any legal context, is looking alpha as fuck. Okay, so let's read this article from Fox Business. New York Attorney General Letitia James is seeking $370 million plus 9% interest and penalties. Ooh, 9% interest. That's higher than most banks charge. From former President Trump as part of her lawsuit against him. However, who would receive that payment if New York Judge Hobo Judge Ingrid grants her request in the non-jury civil trial? Oh, I like this. I like that. They added that. Getting a little goofy here at the end of the day. James sued Trump and his family, alleging he inflated his financial statements and deceived banks. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. Okay, yep. Who would receive the money? I don't care about that. You don't need to give me a summary, you assholes. According to New York law, funds shall be deposited in the state treasury or fund under its management as may be directed by statute or is otherwise directed by the comptroller with the concurrence of the director of budget. Okay, so well, the $370 million is going to be received by way of selling assets. So they're gonna Barbara, what's her face, the receiver in this case, has probably already started negotiations or something, already probably started to scope out what she needs to do to sell some of these assets to recoup the damages that the state alleges existed in this case, $370 million. So the receiver, Barbara, a retired federal judge, I'm forgetting her last name, ultimately is going to then recoup it through those channels and then deposit those funds into the state treasury. President Trump brought up a really good point during that press conference, which is that he has delivered something like $300 million in state taxes to the state over the course of 50 years or whatever it was, probably in the last 30 years, probably in the last 15 years, actually. Just imagine, I mean, you're giving a state $150 million and this is the way they treat you. It's unbelievable. Okay, yeah. All right, so we got that, right? Okay. Goes back to the state treasury. Let's see the Letitia James stuff. Where Trump made the statement that Letitia James had met with the Biden White House. Here we go, from Charlie Kirk. Great. Your boy Charlie delivering, as always, breaking. Letitia James visited Joe Biden's White House in April 2022, July 2023, and August 2023. Is the White House the hub for the Get Trump witch hunt? And then we have a couple of pictures from Canocchia. So actually, Canocchia the Great broke this story. So let's see what Canocchia says first. Breaking Letitia James. Okay. Letitia James visited the Biden White House in April 2022. Yep, same according to White House visitor logs. We have one log here. April 7th, 2022. South Lawn. The record was released on August 2nd, 2022. There was 448 people there. So it was some event of some sort. We don't know if Letitia James actually met with Joe Biden personally, or if it was a handshake, or what you know, what if it was a cocktail event. We don't know. We have this one from August 29th. 243 people visited. Apparently the vice president was also there. Released just recently, past few months. Okay. Another one from July 14, 2023. $26 people here. And this was released recently. Okay, so this is a pretty small group, so you can assume that Letitia James met personally with Biden. This other one, yeah, so that one had 243, 26, and 448. I think, you know, especially considering the fact that, okay, so this was July 14, 2023. When did the Manhattan civil fraud trial start? In kind of September, October, right? Of this year. So, or sorry, of last year. And so, you know, Letitia James was back channeling some communication with the Biden White House for sure, right before this trial took place. Absolutely. And maybe trying to seek some position in the cabinet or some other position, maybe. I don't know. Got the name up here, Letitia James N. 1 o'clock. Here we have also Letitia James 1800, so 6 or 7 o'clock. Got Letitia James' name here as well. All right, so what does this mean? What does this mean? Well, it means that Canuccia the Great has been issuing FOIA requests to the White House and maybe some other organizations to get some of these logs. So that's fantastic. And he was maybe not saving this tweet and these records for today, maybe. For closing arguments. Yeah, so Truth Ninja says, of course she did. I'm sure it was unrelated, where they never discussed the election interference against Biden's political enemy. Canuccia the Great responded, said, I wonder if she billed taxpayers for meetings with the Biden White House like Fani Willis's lead prosecutor, Nathan Wade, did in Georgia. Probably billed taxpayers for incidentals like airfare to DC. All of those expenses came under the umbrella of her budget. Town Square says, now, you know, here's the other thing. I wonder, I don't know that much about these visitor logs and how they're produced or whatever. Maybe they're obtained through open records requests, maybe not. Maybe it's just a system they have set up there at the White House. I don't know, but it would appear as though, because they're kind of released, you know, a couple months after someone actually goes to the White House for security reasons, which seems understandable. If it's not available just publicly through whatever portal they have, it should be, right? Because, I mean, it's kind of important to know this information, especially in a legal environment where you have state attorney generals going to visit the Biden White House in order to quarterback the taking of property from, you know, the administration's targets where Biden was targeting President Trump's personal businesses. You know, and this is just one example of many. I mean, there's, you know, and, you know, why is Letitia James going to the Biden White House? Like, again, there's no reason for her to do this. It raises a lot of questions. And, you know, then it calls into question whether or not Biden is actually somehow behind these indictments. Now, we all know, and, you know, President Trump says that these are Biden indictments. These are really Barack Obama indictments. Biden is maybe 30% responsible, 25%. These are Barack Obama indictments, okay? What, you know, I did a lot of ape research on a lot of this stuff, and what I found was that Barack Obama's Manhattan Democrat operative dude, I'm spacing on his name a little bit here, but he had promised Allison Greenfield a judgeship if she carried out what ultimately Barack Obama wanted on behalf of Joe Biden or himself. Obviously, what my argument here is that it's a 75% responsibility for Barack Obama, and I would say about a 25% responsibility for Joe Biden. All right, so Town Square says she's a regular on the visitor logs. What kind of kickback is she hoping for after this is all said and done? Who said pay to play for the Biden brand can't continue in the White House? Knokia responds, and this is unusual because I don't see him responding to a lot of this stuff, but he has said that destroying democracy in the name of democracy. Yeah. Biden is the root of all of this evil. Knokia says Putin, he's an authoritarian dictator because he prosecutes his political opponents. Biden, hold my beer. Yeah. Overton, nothing to see here. Knokia. Also, a coincidence that Biden's DOJ appointed Jack Smith on the very same day that Biden's White House counsel met with Fani Willis's lead prosecutor for 8 hours. Yeah. So many coincidences. Yeah. Debilitating. Demoralizing. To hear all of this just smashed right in your face. They're taunting us. Lives of TikTok. Wow. Knokia. Biden is opening up Pandora's box by attempting to jail his leading political opponent. Rico, Fani Willis. The Biden regime coordinating all of this illegal. The fraudulent Trump indictments were all coordinated by the White House. Confirms a blatant political persecution through weaponizing our court system. Treason 100%. She banging someone in the White House? No doubt whatsoever. Biden's White House is directing these fascistic actions by the New York Attorney General and judge. This reminds me of the time Loretta Lynch met Bill Clinton on the tarmac. Just a coincidence. All right, so let's see here. So they still have the live stream going on at the courthouse. And those other ones have gone into hibernation. So we still have this one. Crux is still hanging on to the feed. It's interesting how quickly the AP and CNN and I think a couple of these other major news networks, well, I don't know if you can call them major news networks anymore because they've lost so many viewers, have switched from this case knowing that President Trump has left the scene because no one cares anymore. Let's go back to these comments on X. This crap is more obvious every day. Letitia James is a fraud, along with the corrupt senior resident in the White House. What a coincidence, just like the lover of Fani Willis, Nathan Wade, who's being paid by her to go after Trump. The left is telling you Trump will prosecute his political enemies if elected, but Biden is using the full force of the federal government to do that right now. James is a corrupt leftist activist posing as an attorney general. Here she can be seen bragging about a check for $250 million after shutting down Trump's businesses. She met with Biden and Kamala. Rico. Looks like the White House was the source for everything. 16 hours. I'm guessing the only that only those attorney generals going after Triumph visited, and maybe Kunter's friend, that is his special counsel. Of course she did. It's all coordinated. Fuck Joe Biden. White House did a lot of entertaining. Just let your mind wander. I'm a bit offended too. Although I want to see some white minions go through the portals. And nothing will happen and no one will go to jail. Well, I don't know. Valley Rock raises an interesting point. Okay, so that's kind of what we're used to. But I think in 2025, again, I'm a firm believer in forgiveness. I'm a firm believer in the best revenge is success. But I've lived through this for the past 10 years. They've made it impossible for you to be successful. Now, if Trump wins, which we all know he will, in 2024, I'm 100% confident of that. 2025, when Trump takes office, I think you do need to prosecute some of these people. And again, this is unfortunate, but it needs to be done in order to send a message to everyone else in this country who operates in the legal system that you cannot get away with this level of misconduct. You just can't. All right. And it's not happening just to President Trump. This is happening to many, 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 many Americans. Totally political. Actual collusion. Don't matter, nothing will come of this either. Dodgy as fuck. Interesting. Right before the big made-up lawsuit she dropped in his lap for no reason. How interesting. But she only visited to get dating advice, according to her spokesperson. Kinda says election interference. Now, why would she be needing to do that? I am utterly apoplectic. But why? Shocking. And on a related note, many politicians have been to the White House more than once. Cute try, though. Just Gus, you are an idiot. You are dumb and you are stupid, and that's why you probably lead a very sad life. Lady says, did she and Big Fanny party? These cases should be dropped. Wondering when Ngoran's name will be found. Yeah, so when will... Okay, so now we're getting something. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Oh man, hold on. Let me check this. Okay, fix that. Come on. Hold on. Give me a chance to grab a drink. What's up? Put myself back on cam. All right, so where were we? Yeah, so Progressing California also, I think, raised a really good point. When will Hobo Judge and Goron's name be found on these visitor logs? Good question. Probably will here if I was a betting man. I miss the 80s. Corruption was bad, but at least the folks had enough dignity to dress it up in some professionalism. I don't know. I mean, look, I was born in the 80s. We had, you know, there's always corruption, right? It's not like you can end corruption, right? No one's perfect. But I don't think people were as sort of like downright evil. Like it just wasn't, it was, people were unethical and maybe stole money and stuff, but it wasn't like quite like this, as bad as it is. Okay, anyways. It's so overt. The crooks in this don't even care anymore. They wear their criminality as a badge of honor. Rico. She had to get her marching orders. Makes you wonder who's visiting them on the weekends where there are no records available. Wow. And those are the visits we know about. Weaponizing against your political enemies. Trip is getting railroaded. Not shocking at all. When you fight corruption, corruption fights back real hard. They discuss grandkids and golf. Oh, that was Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch. Same mob. With Willis and now James, tell me the lawfare against Trump is not being coordinated by Biden's goon squad. This is vast web of coordination to prevent 45 from becoming 47. They know he will expose all of them. Corruption. Keep unraveling their narrative, please. Collusion. What is different between Biden and Putin at this point as it deals with handling your political opponents? Good point. This is getting filthy quick. She had to confirm the story with the Biden administration. Get ready to be indicted and prosecuted to beyond the fullest extent of the laws that I make up as I go for this exposure. How dare you expose us and our blatantly obvious plans to arrest and remove Trump from the scene? She wants to date Trump. Who is Escobar? Congratulations on the shout out. Yep. It has all been a coordinated political attack by Joe Biden to take out Trump to stop him from running against him. Yep, like Fannie Lover. Where else should she go for high quality cocaine? Yeah, maybe it was Tisha James's cocaine they found. So we still got closing argument stream going. Now we have the court officers constantly moving back and forth for no apparent reason other than because they want, I don't know, just in and out, in and out. Okay, conflict of interest. Is this not impeachable? Great. She was just there to talk about the weather. Come on, man. Wow, what the fuck? Tish James, Tish? How many times to Obama's DC mansion? Why are there 448 people present? Legacy media. But their discussions did not have anything to do with Hunter's businesses. They have no idea how to run these cases. They needed desperate help from the White House. Election interference at Kathy Hochul. Corruption. Letitia's a crook. What the fuck? What's done in the dark will come to the light. Retribution. Yep, absolutely. Looks like she stayed multiple nights. So what? Looking more like Bolshevism every day. People can visit the White House. Well, imagine that. This really should come as no surprise to anyone. Congratulations, you got 41020'd. So there's a screenshot here of President Trump's Truth Social post that reads, "The purpose of the visit was to illegally coordinate the prosecution of your favorite president, me. This is the greatest witch hunt of all time, but we will win and make America great again." Your favorite boy. So what? She stayed days at a time each time? Not a conspiracy if they aren't conspiring. Is that first one in July 2022, July 22nd, private conversation with POTUS? The others look like there are others included in the meeting, but I'm not sure what I'm looking at there, to be honest. Oh my God. We can't have that on the stream. Did Luddy charge the taxpayers also? Collusion, so what? Okay, can't have that on the stream either. This is, I'm just reading comments here. This isn't me, by the way. Corruption. They just talk about their grandkids and whatnot. Collaboration. Propaganda. Okay, so. Yep. Not good. Not good for Letitia James. We'll go back to the live stream. And we will wait to see. So it looks like state has about another hour here to do their closing argument, but they may not take up that entire period. Let's look actually what CNN says here, because we don't really care about some of the updates that are kind of interim updates. See, it's interesting too, because CNN only cares about what Trump is doing. Trump says he will attend E. Jean Carroll defamation trial next week. There's a picture of President Trump. Oh, they got the good, they got the article here from whatever Trump is reading. It looks like maybe they got the Charlie Kirk or Canocchia, the great tweet in there about Letitia James visiting the Biden White House. Fantastic. I love it. Former President Donald Trump said Thursday he would attend the E. Jean Carroll defamation trial that is set to begin next week. Quote, "Yeah, I'm going to go to it and I'm going to explain. I don't know who the hell she is. I have no idea," unquote. Trump told reporters in response to a question by CNN's Kristen Holmes. Trump held a brief media appearance Thursday afternoon as the New York Attorney General's office presented closing arguments in the civil fraud trial. A federal judge has already ruled that the jury hearing Carroll's defamation lawsuit will only need to decide how much money Trump will have to pay her after the judge found the former president was liable for making defamatory statements. Unbelievable. Like, unbelievable. See, these damages trials, I can tell you from experience regarding these defamation lawsuits, that for E. Jean Carroll to be able to somehow be granted relief on some of these counts in this defamation lawsuit is extraordinary. And now for this to go into sort of a damages phase without any sort of trial by a jury to determine if the statements were in fact defamatory, because there was none, so Trump isn't entitled to jury. It is just this is where, I mean, it's one thing to say that about this Letitia James case, but this defamation trial where they're just saying, well, Trump is liable. He's not entitled to a jury to determine whether or not the statements in question are defamatory is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So what they're saying then is if President Trump ever makes the same statements again, because, you know, this federal judge, by the way, could issue an injunction following apparently this damages trial. And who knows? I mean, I think it's in the Second Circuit, isn't it? So it's in New York because they had subject matter jurisdiction over the Bergdorf Goodman department store because it was in New York. And Trump, I believe, maybe was still domiciled in New York when they filed the lawsuit. So I think they might also have personal jurisdiction over President Trump. I'm not sure. I didn't take a deep look at that case. However, so the federal judge could issue an injunction saying that President Trump, if he ever says the same or similar statements again, that the federal court could then potentially issue a show cause order, find President Trump in contempt. By the way, this could happen while President Trump is in office in 2025. Of course, President Trump has immunity from civil lawsuits. But still, what could happen here is they could shut down President Trump from making the same or similar statements. And again, the similar statements standard means basically if he ever talks about E. Jean Carroll ever again, if he ever uses her name or whatever, they could hold a contempt hearing, issue a show cause order, and could require purge conditions that force some massive financial amount of money, or if President Trump does not do that, does not make those payments, they could throw President Trump in federal prison. That's how serious this is. And to get past the New York Times Sullivan standard required, because they're both public officials, both E. Jean Carroll and President Trump. And I'm sure that was pled out by President Trump's attorneys in this case, in their motion to dismiss. To get past that standard is, it's like an unbelievably high bar. And then to go directly, not even go directly to a damages trial. What? We're living in the Twilight Zone. That's the only way that I think that you could possibly explain this, other than saying that clearly there's an intense scheme set up here to prevent Trump from ever having the resources again to hold the office of presidency. But we're only, 10 months out now? So that's unlikely because President Trump probably has enough money to keep himself and his family going for the next 10 months in order to get to the White House. Now, whether or not any of these things begin to suspend or at least stays are issued while President Trump takes office, that would likely happen. And so maybe some of the collection actions could not be enforced during that time period. And maybe that's the only hope here. But anyways, Carroll, a former magazine columnist, alleged Trump raped her in a Bergdorf Goodman department store in the mid-90s. I thought it was the mid-80s. It's just nuts. She doesn't even know when. And then she defamed her when he denied her claim. What? So you can't, the precedent set here is you can no longer deny any sort of sexual assault claim alleged against you. You can't do it. It's totally against the law. I mean, it's happened to me. Look at what they've done to me. I can't even refute any of the statements made against me. Same thing happened to me. I mean, they raided my house when I complained in 2017 about what they did to me, and similar. And then I had to appear in a contempt hearing the next day after they raided my house with the SWAT team, by the way. So they were intimidating me. So it was all a coincidence, right? My attorney, Nathan Hansen, who appeared with me at that contempt hearing, was shocked. I had never seen, he was like a ghost. He was like, I've never seen, he'd been an experienced practicing attorney in that jurisdiction for a pretty long period of time, I think 20 years at that point. He was white as a ghost. He said he had never seen or heard anything quite like what they were doing to me. And not only was it unconstitutional, but it was illegal. Of course, they were withholding a bunch of evidence from you, a bunch of exculpatory evidence. And, later, a couple of years after, like 2021, 4 or 5 years after that, then the evidence got produced that showed that they were lying, that they were, again, I gotta be super careful about what I say. I got a little carried away there. Because I don't, if I say anything wrong, you never know. I don't want to make this about me either. But so, whatever. Whatever. So, okay. In May, after a separate 2-week trial, a jury found Trump sexually abused Carol. I'm laughing because it's so ridiculous. And defamed her when he said in 2022 that he didn't rape her, didn't know her, and that she wasn't his type. In that case, the jury awarded Carol $5 million in damages. This is parody. We cannot live in a society like this. No, I get it. $5 million to President Trump, according to his net worth, might be different for someone like us who doesn't have $1 billion available at their disposal. Although President Trump's money is mostly wrapped up in real estate, so it's not like it's exactly available, but you know what I mean. So let's see, $5 million to someone worth $2 billion, well, President Trump is not worth $2 billion, he's worth more than that, but let's just say $1 billion for math reasons. So $5 million is 5% of $100 million, so it's 0.05. So yeah, I mean, for someone who makes reasonable average amount of money, $5 million might be something more in line with, I don't know, 50,000, 5,000, 15,000, anywhere between, 10,000 to 50,000, depending on how much money the average person makes. So, I mean, that's a lot of money. Okay, so yeah, the state came in, yada yada, they said some dumb stuff. They're making the same arguments. Interesting. All right, let's go back to the live stream. So we're still at the door here. This should be like a famous door. Someday this door will be in a museum. Oh, 3 million people saw this door during the Trump Manhattan civil fraud trial. That's what they'll say. All right. Well, let's wait, see if anything else happens. In and out, in and out. That's what these court security people do. It's like how many times they need to come in and out of the courtroom. It's not like they you know, they need to do that. They don't. It's all just got my space heater over here. Making noise. All right. Well, well, well. You have the biggest fraud of the year, Letitia James, making her closing statements. Only 186 people watching. We have Cliff Roberts coming out. We got Chris Kais. We got Alina Habba back in the courtroom. And there appears to be some sort of break here. Okay, so it's looking like maybe the state has rested. Closing arguments are done. Check the updates from CNN. See if they've confirmed. Nope. So there's a lot of people streaming out of the courtroom. That means typically that maybe everything is over. Got ABC as well. Let's see what kind of updates they've got. All right, so that came out. Talk about slow updates. State attorney says defense provided no new facts. Same update from CNN. It's almost like they're coordinating their updates. the audio on here, see if we can hear anything interesting. I mean, maybe they're just taking a break here because they got, I think, another 30 to 40 minutes to get for closing arguments. So there's a lot of people streaming on the courtroom, so. Just don't know. Still no update from CNN. I mean, these blog update things on CNN is awful. A lot of these reporters are getting paid to go and sit as pool reporters inside the phone. They're not even giving good information that it was with. You would know when these breaks are commonly and stuff. Even some of the reporters outside the courtroom, publishing them. It's a terrible hack report. That's this one. Alright, so we got many people moving in and out of the courtroom, so. That looks like chaos, doesn't it? So, you know, usually a trial, the reason that people have trials, the reason that court systems have trials is to allow arguments to be made and for objections to be made, but none of those were allowed in this particular case. So why even have a trial? Just say, just come up with this, at least you would save time and money for New York taxpayers. The other thing that I thought that was interesting when President Trump gave kind of that press conference impromptu at Trump Tower today is that he kind of struck this optimistic chord. He said that, we don't know what the whole judge is going to do here. He might surprise people. And, Alina Habba said, this case was lost going in. I said that before it went to trial as well, but I'm an optimistic person. I'm extremely optimistic. And I've got the Guidos here coming in now. Yeah, I mean, I guess in the realm of possibility, it's possible for sure. And if I'm campaigning for a political position, I would never want to admit that I'm going to lose the election or that the election is lost. box or something, or if I'm competing in some sort of sport, right? If I remember some game was lost before it began. But this is so well rigged and coordinated that you have to be realistic. And so, in my heart of hearts, I wish it wasn't true, but it is true, that Judge Goron, or we're judging Goron, will not surprise anyone, and he will issue a very punitive decision with a bunch of punitive findings, and it will be fabricated, so it'll be like a fabricated and falsified, it'll be a falsified and fabricated order. It'll make up things that just simply aren't true. And yeah, so it's, but again, I'm optimistic. But I'm a realist, so I see where President Trump is coming from. And the other thing is, like, you want to be hopeful. Like, this is so personal for President Trump. This is like his baby, you know? President Trump, his dad built a large piece of the business and gave it to his son, Donald, and Donald built it up to what it is today. And if anything, President Trump has had the most impact on that business, even more than his father. And for Polo Judging Goron to take that away from President Trump, it's like the one thing you don't want taken from you. Like, you spent your entire life building this business. You've helped so many people. You've helped so many people. So yeah, I mean, now you can understand where President Trump is coming from when he's trying to be optimistic and saying, well, maybe I'm going to be surprised here, or maybe we're going to be surprised because Polo Judging Goron is not actually going to do what we think he's going to do. And that's because of the amount of effort and love that President Trump has put into the Trump Organization over the past 50 plus years. And that's also how I feel about some of the things I'm involved in. Like, if you put effort into something and someone's going to take it away, you're like hopeful, right? It's like the one thing. But then I've learned, especially as I've dealt with some of these unfair legal processes, that even that alone, that little piece of hope, which no one can ever take away from you. I've learned, we got Cliff Roberts and Lena Hollow going back in the courtroom, so Chris Price is probably following them. I've learned to be a realist, okay? And I've learned to sort of redirect my optimism in other areas that I know where I can be optimistic. And in this case, I think shifting those energies to, for example, like the election, where it's actually all of this negative toxicity is now being kind of parlayed into the election where Trump is now winning. And remember, before this case started, Trump, Chris Price is going back in the courtroom, before the trial started, Trump was kind of like, according to these polls, everybody knows that Trump was just shellacking Joe Biden. But according to these polls, was not. It was kind of like just, it was even. And it's just, the lead has increased substantially since this case. So that's something to be extremely optimistic about. So maybe that's what I've learned, is to shift my optimism into other areas where I know I can be optimistic, and be a realist in the cases where I know that things are manipulated against me. But this E. Jean Carroll case is, how many cases have they now applied against President Trump? It is unreal. I think to me they did, let's see, they did 6 cases, plus they did 1, 2, 9. I want to say 10, but I think it was actually closer to 12. They did 12 cases in about a year. They just kept on. With President Trump now, I think President Trump is up to 7. It's unreal. It's unbelievable. They didn't even do that to Alex Jones. They hit Alex Jones with 2 cases, one in Connecticut and one in Texas. Which kind of merged into one, I think. I think they consolidated. I don't know. Maybe it was 1. I guess it was 2. Well, in the bankruptcy, so 3. That's a lot. 3 is a lot. 1 is a lot, actually. Just imagine dealing with what President Trump is dealing with, 7. Imagine, like I had to deal with 12. And they're just completely bogus. And it was all based on bullshit First Amendment exercise stuff. And it was not like First Amendment exercise like some of the crazy twisting of what people think First Amendment exercise could be if like maybe like, I don't know, even protesting, physically like protesting against some building. It would just appear like posting on Facebook in 2017. I use this as an example. In 2017, posting on Facebook complaining about what they were doing to me peacefully, lawfully, not threatening anyone. Just it was strong language, but it wasn't in any way inciting anyone else to do anything. And it was completely respectful. It was legal language, and those are the kinds of things that they would come after me for, and they have come after me for, and they've elevated up all of these absurd allegations to feed into creating all this crap. 12 cases against me in the span of about a year, maybe about a year, yeah. And it gets to the point where they try and just shut you down totally, like they don't want you to talk. They literally don't want you to talk. They want you to say nothing. They want you never to be able to have a job. They want you never to be able to start a business. They want you never to be able to do anything in life. And I'm serious about that. I'm not exaggerating. And that's really how communism works. And we're now seeing it in this country. On a widespread scale. All right, so things have quieted down significantly. Let's see if there's any updates. No, let's see if there's an update. Okay, so there was an update about 15 minutes ago. It says, cash crunch drove Trump to fraud, state alleges. The competing obligations between the cost of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign and his business obligations created a cash crunch at the Trump Organization that motivated the former president to commit fraud, State Attorney Kevin Wallace argued during his summation. Interesting that they're bringing this in. Wallace's theory about the motivation for the alleged fraud, which he had articulated for the first time, yeah, this is the first time I've heard it, attempted to explain Trump's motive for the alleged conduct as well as justify levying a fine against Trump in order to regulate the marketplace. So basically what the state is saying here is that they're only going after Trump because Trump was president and Trump campaigned in 2016. They're really commingling this whole election interference stuff with their lawfare against the Trump organization. According to Wallace, the hundreds of millions of dollars saved by the Trump organization through fraud allowed the company to stay afloat during a major cash crunch during the 2010s. Okay, so what they're saying is that Trump saved a bunch of money, had it available. Not sure why this matters. And somehow that related to fraud because Trump was able to like make money. Okay. During the first half of the decade, the Trump organization spent roughly $775 million to renovate properties, including its Doral and Turnberry golf courses, as well as the old post office building in Washington, D.C. Wallace said the idea that the company could have funded these expenses with cash alone was a fantasy, according to Wallace. By the time you get to 2017, Mr. Trump was becoming president, and the company was getting low on cash, Wallace said. Faced with the chance of a negative cash flow, the company opted to embrace fraud, according to Wallace. Whoa, this is very conclusory, this allegation here. Just like jumped. Because Trump had cash in the bank, he is a fraudster. I'm not following it. So, yeah, I'm just not following it. I'm pretty fresh right now, too. I'm not sure. What? The fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Alright, just continue. They didn't have to choose between their priorities, Wallace said about the company's business expenses and Trump's presidential campaign. Trump attorney Chris Kise objected to the argument, suggesting the theory was nothing more than conjecture, which prompted a heated exchange with Wallace. Chris, stop. We didn't interrupt the defendant's presentation at all, Wallace shouted while facing Kise. I think I agree with Mr. Kise. Ooh, interesting. Hobo judge. And Goran responded, but he allowed the presentation to continue. Alright, so we got another update from CNN. Let's read this. Attorney General lays out allegations of fraud for multiple Trump properties. Andrew Amar, lawyer for the New York Attorney General, is walking through the allegations of fraud in Donald Trump's financial statements related to multiple Trump properties. Amar and Assistant Attorney General Kevin Wallace showed in court a PowerPoint presentation with trial testimony for each property attended the college lecture. Wow, that's funny. They're kind of insulting me. Quote, the material nature of the inflation of the assets is just so obvious, Amar said, reminding Hobo Judge Goran that he already ruled the false inflation was in fact material in the summary judgment order before the trial began. Amar asserted that former Trump Organization controller Jeffrey McConney, a co-defendant in the case, had to know that rent-stabilized units were worth less than unrestricted apartments when he purposefully overvalued Trump Park Avenue on the financial statements by falsely claiming they were not rent-stabilized. And Goran challenged him. How do we know McConney knew? Because he's not an idiot, Amar said to Wallace. Are you sure you want to argue that? Hobo Judge Goran asked, laughing. Amar insisted McConney knew what he was doing. Amar then moved on to Mar-a-Lago, arguing that Trump valued it as a single-family residence on his financial statements, even though a deed from or 2 show Trump could only use a property as a social club. What, they're going to try and kick Trump out of Mar-a-Lago now? What? Hobo Judge in Goron asked Amar, how do you know he read the deed? Amar said McConney had it in his possession and used appraisals that referenced the deed. Trump's lawyers have argued, I'm having trouble reading this, so I'm going to increase the size here and see if we can I'll just read it. Now it's a little bit off screen here, the right margin. Attorneys for Trump and Attorney General Letitia James disagree on the burden of proof that the Attorney General's office must prove in this case. James's legal team argues they only have to prove their claims by a preponderance of the evidence, which is a bullshit standard, by the way. That means that they only have to show beyond 50% that these allegations are likely true, or that it is more likely than not that the fraud occurred. Trump's lawyers say that they must prove Trump and his co-defendants committed the fraud by clear and convincing evidence, a higher standard of proof. But it ultimately doesn't matter what standard Hobo Judge and Goron rules by, because the Attorney General has proven the case with, quote, overwhelming and conclusive, unquote, evidence. Amar argued Thursday afternoon. Amar also argued that there was plenty of evidence of their intent to defraud the users of the financial statements. Users of the financial statements? What, are you fucking kidding me? Banks? Fuckers. It's unbelievable. Like, they've never prosecuted a case like this. Users of the financial statements. What? Pointing this, it's like, as far as I know, the Trump Organization isn't publicly traded, so it's like, it's not like, the public is going to be using those financial statements. The only users of those financial statements are private investors or banks. Pointing to Trump's triplex apartment, which the company valued at 30,000 square feet, not the actual square footage of 10,000 square feet. Okay, all right. Well, okay, I guess you defrauded the banks out of 20,000 square feet, but maybe it was a clerical error. I don't know. Amar said Alan Weisselberg, the former chief financial officer of the Trump Organization, was alerted by Forbes magazine to the error, but days later signed off on the 2016 financial statement with the wrong amount, resulting in a tripling of the value of the 3-story apartment. He knew he was using an input that was absolutely wrong and tripled the size, yet he used it anyway, he said. That screams as an intent to defraud. Okay, so 10,000, 30,000 square feet for like a massive building. So what? The calculation of 20,000 square feet was wrong? Okay. I mean, if that's the only example where they allegedly committed fraud, that's pretty weak. I mean, to bring a case of this magnitude for 20,000 square feet, which may be less than $1 million, maybe around $1 million, it seems absurd to me, because just getting Trump to court every day costs at least $1 million. And even so, if that was true, they could recoup that $1 million through other methods without going about it in such a public fashion as a whole trial in a case like this. Alright, so I'm gonna see if they come out sooner, but I'm gonna chill until that happens. Room 300.
Agent X asked, why am I not writing FOIA requests live on there? That's a good point. Could be.
I think people out there should as well. Should almost be crowdsourced in a way. It's a good idea, crowdsource the FOIA requests. That will put more pressure on those jurisdictions to produce records.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I'm really surprised that Mark Levin, the Manhattan borough president, who had promised
Allison Greenfield the judgeship if she has valued Mar-a-Lago at incredibly low value and to sort of tank the case on behalf of Barack Obama. Mark Levin had previously worked with Barack Obama and set up the some Barack Obama club or something in Manhattan, and so it's a go-between for sure. And when you think about all these indictments and what President Trump referred to as Biden indictments today during that press conference, you would really want to think about the indictments coming from Barack Obama instead. This is going to be incredible. That's what the court system really needs to do. Really figure out a way to become more entertaining. Okay, so multiple Trump properties, whatever. We got through that already. Let's see what. Cash punch. I don't know about that. I don't really know what else the state has to say. They're just trying to defend themselves against appellate review at this point. But the Supreme Court needs to step in. There's several layers of appellate review in New York State. It's going to go to the First Department. It's going to go to the State Appellate Court, which is the Supreme Court on a state level. And then it can get appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. And let's hope, especially considering the fact that by the time that happens, that President Trump will be in the White House, that the Supreme Court intervenes here and just smacks down Boa Judge Engoron, as well as all this other nonsense regarding Allison Greenfield. President Trump has nominated, sorry, not nominated. President Trump has selected Rand Paul as the vice president pick. Because Rand Paul just announced a few hours ago that he has an important announcement to make tomorrow. And he also said in the same tweet, and he attached a video to it as well, that the primaries were over in Iowa. Pull it up here. Oh wow, we got some music coming in from the Crux stream. Interesting. Alright, so let's pull this Rand Paul tweet up since nothing is going on here. That's not it. This is it.
As you know, I've been pretty quiet about the presidential race, which is kind of unusual for me. But tune in tomorrow morning and I've got something very important to say on the presidential race. Hey everybody. As you know, I've been pretty quiet about the presidential race, which is kind of unusual for me. But tune in tomorrow morning and I've got something very important to say on the presidential race.
All right, so yep, definitely the VP pick for sure. I didn't see anything on the internet that would have otherwise alluded to this. This is just pure, you know, kind of knowledge. I saw this tweet by Rand Paul, and you can tell by the way that this tweet is structured that clearly Rand Paul is the VP pick. I'd probably bet 80% on that. But let me just do a quick check on the internet to see if anyone else has reported. Again, I haven't seen any other report about this. This is just pure from me and seeing this in the way that he put this video out, Rand Paul, that is. Definitely the VP pick. There's no reporting on it whatsoever. Yep, no reporting on it. Definitely the VP pick. 100%. You heard it here first. Again, I'm going to say this.
Hey, everybody.
Just so that you heard it here first. Rand Paul is the VP pick. I'm predicting that based off of this video and this tweet. And the tweet reads, I've seen it out of the Republican presidential primary so far, but I've seen enough. That's why tomorrow morning I will have something important to say. Don't miss it.
As you know, I've been pretty quiet about the presidential race, which is kind of unusual for me. But tune in tomorrow morning and I've got something very important to say on the president.
We'll see what the comments read. Okay, so maybe his comments are reading the fact that, okay, so Isaac is saying, yeah, Trump's VP would be solid. So people are also thinking the same thing. Very possible that, yep, see another person here about an hour ago. By the way, I didn't read any of these comments. Trump stated yesterday that he has selected his VP. Rand has a lot of integrity and would be great for the job. Well, yeah, I think that is one good thing here is that Rand Paul came out very early against this whole COVID stuff. And he does have, and he's gone after Fauci, tried to hold Fauci accountable. So hopefully this means that Fauci is held accountable because everything is pointing towards the fact that Rand Paul is the VP pick. Trump Rand 2024. But who knows? Who knows? I'm speculating, of course, but I'm confident. Could be wrong. Again, pure speculation. But it's just when you see something like this, it's just, and I haven't seen anything quite. You put this together with the timing and everything. With Trump saying that he has selected his VP, and then Rand Paul saying this, it's kind of clear. You just get the idea that Rand Paul has been selected as the VP pick. Although, I had endorsed Agent X as a VP pick. Speaking of Agent X said that Rand Paul is going to endorse Nikki Haley. Yeah, right. That would be a stunner. Hmm. I mean, what do you guys think? There's 12 people watching on Rumble. You guys think Trump has picked Rand Paul as a VP? Okay, so this is coming closer to an end for the day, and we have an update from CNN. We got people streaming out of the courtroom. And the update reads as follows. Engoron expressed skepticism about whether Eric and Don Jr. had knowledge of the fraud. Again, this defies common sense because if fraud existed, which it didn't, you would think that two executives in the Trump organization, Eric and Don Jr., would have knowledge. But according to Engoron, they didn't have knowledge exactly because fraud didn't exist. Exactly. So again, defies common sense, right? Because if fraud existed, they would know about it, and they didn't know about it, and Goran is saying they didn't know about it, so fraud clearly did not exist. There might have been isolated incidences of maybe some misrepresentations or something, it seems like, but to call that just fraud and whatever is seemingly, for a business that size, it just seems unrealistic, unserious, not reasonable. I don't know. Banks can print money whenever they want. So, and the bank didn't report these, by the way. It's not like Deutsche Bank came and said, hey, New York State, you know, we have a client of ours, account holder, someone who's being loaned money from us, and they claimed that they had so much square feet, but in actuality, they had less square feet. They, you know, it just never happened. And there's no record of them ever going to, according to any of the evidence presented at least, going to the Trump organization and complaining. They said something else too here, and they said that the Bucks stopped with President Trump. He had the intent to defraud. I don't know. It's difficult to determine intent. It's hard enough for you to even understand your own intent a lot of the times, right? Ooh. All right, I really want them to come out and end this. Day is over. Doors open. Don't know why the state needs 2 hours to make the arguments they need to make. Because right now they're just gold plating for appellate review to refute, rebut, whatever you want to call it, any of the statements made by Chris Kise. Guess it would be a rebuttal sort of closing statement argument. since they went after the defense. In the email chain yesterday, there was an interesting comment too about the fact that there's no real court procedure rules regarding who goes first or who goes second during closing arguments, which kind of has some strategic tactical advantage. But in this case, it doesn't matter because, you know, we know what's going to happen. That decision is already written. Allison Greenfield probably spent last weekend perfecting it. To give influence over a serious campaign to a woman like Allison Greenfield, where she is now intentionally tanking findings in this case, writing all these hoax decisions. She's a, I don't know, 41, 42-year-old, childless, millennial, like most of these women, extremely obese, unattractive. To give her control over a campaign of this significance is it's unbelievable, really. Twilight Zone level. That's the future I guess we're heading towards, is obesity, unattractiveness, no children, so being childless, so humanity dying, so like a death of a civilization. Unhealthy eating, living in a third world state like New York City, crumbling infrastructure, migrants coming in, taking your homes from you, taking your schools from you. Extreme inflation. Got more people leaking out the courtroom. Do-do-do-do. Guys are on their phones all day. Those are the losers of the New York State court system right there. Absolute losers. They get paid to mess around on their phones. I mean, how can you afford to live in New York City on a salary being a court security officer? I mean, how much do those guys get paid? $80,000 or $90,000 a year? That's poverty level wage in New York City. All right, so according to that email chain, they should be finishing up any time now. It's 4:53 Eastern Standard Time. I think that it had been scheduled to be. Oh, here's Chris Keiss coming in, I think. Interview. So this. No, I was wrong. These look like reporters. So the reporters are leaving, even though they haven't really done good work, because we're not getting good updates. And this is what our future looks like, where the government controls all media and all updates. You know, maybe Alina Habba, whenever Letitia James does press conference, maybe she will do one outside the courthouse. Maybe Alina Habba should do one at the same time. Again, that would kind of steal some of her thunder. What do we have? No updates still. No updates. All right. This guy is bored out of his mind. He is thinking about going home. That's the only thing on his mind right now. Yep. So this last update from CNN regarding Eric and Don Jr. not having any knowledge of this so-called fraud shows you that they're really just targeting President Trump, right? Like, they don't care about Eric or Don Jr., which is good and bad, but it's also showing that they're selecting their prosecution. It's just, but they just throw these logical fallacies in your face like it's nothing. Yeah, fraud existed, but it didn't exist for Eric and Don Jr., even though they were executives at the company. It's just like, because if it did exist, they would see it, right? And again, they were deposed and have given multiple statements, and they've clearly said they had never seen it. And there's no evidence that they were aware of it or anything like that when they subpoenaed their records. The only thing they can really point to is a square footage difference or something, which, okay, so, I don't know if that's fraud as much as it is just kind of like, oh, here we go. All right, so everything is over for the day. We got Alina Habba screaming out. We got Chris Keiss leaving, Cliff Robert too. So the entire legal team for President Trump has left. And that's it. So maybe Letitia James will come through here. We had what's her face from NBC leave, so kind of a mix of reporters. We'll see when they cut the feed.
I'll see you later, maybe? Yeah.
Years of experience in this type of down pack. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No problem. You're welcome.
All right, well, I don't know. Probably cut this feed shortly. Looking at the updates from CNN. 2 minutes ago, Attorney General's office wraps up closing arguments. We had Lisa Rubin, MSNBC's legal analyst, leave a few minutes ago. We saw she was pretty short. She looked very unattractive. You could clearly pick her out from the crowd because of her lack of height and her paleness. So she's a propagandist on behalf of the court system. She's probably having drinks with Engoron after the hearing today. You got a bunch of other people coming through here. Maybe these are reporters. Maybe they're other people. They're probably reporters, I'm assuming. Hacks, at the very least. Imagine being trapped in that courtroom for 8 hours. Be a horrible experience, wouldn't it? So this is where common sense kicks in too. I mean, you would think that they would just hold that door open instead of allowing it to swing every time someone enters or leaves, and then forcing them to actually touch the handles of the door there. Again, there's people wearing masks, but there's no common sense in a third world jurisdiction like New York City. Let's see, what does the update from CNN say? read that, and then we'll probably conclude this live stream for the day. We still have more people streaming out. I'll read it from my other screen here, so we don't have to switch the views. Okay, so now the stream switched to outside the courthouse. We'll actually see if Letitia James gives a statement here, because they do have a bunch of microphones set up. Looks like they have a makeshift press conference ready to go, but we haven't seen any announcements about it. Excuse me. Okay, so Chris Kyle said that he was going to appeal Engoron's ruling during the final segments of that hearing. That was to be expected. More people streaming out. Okay.
Can I call you back or whatever? And I respond.
It's already getting dark in New York. It's not getting dark here just yet. The only wiggle room oh, what do we got? They're zooming in on someone. Okay, the only wiggle room I think that Engoron has here is they the state is requesting a 5-year ban on Eric and Don Jr. as a sanction. And if anything, the only surprise that's going to come through from Engoron is that he does not impose this 5-year ban. That's it. That's the only thing I think that Engoron... Oh, here we got Letitia James.
This is our last day in our case against Donald Trump for persistent and repeated fraud, illegality. This case has never been about politics, personal vendetta, or about name-calling. This case is about the facts. This is our last day Donald Trump violated in our case against Donald Trump and as you know, for persistent and repeated fraud, illegality. This case has never been about politics or personal vendetta or about name-calling. This case is about the facts and the law. And Mr. Donald Trump violated the law. And as you know, the judges already found that he in fact violated the law for repeated fraud over a period of years. And so I want everyone to know that the personal attacks really don't bother me. This trial has shown, and we have produced evidence about the scope, the scale, the depth,
The audio feed's messed up from Crux. It's not me.
of the illegality, the fraud that impersonally enriched Donald Trump and his family. I want to thank the judge. I want to thank my team. I even want to thank opposing counsel. But at the end of the day, the point is simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how rich you are, that no one is above the law, and that the law applies to all of us.
They fixed it.
Equally and fairly.
Yeah, right.
I trust that justice will be done, and I'm confident in that. And I'm extremely proud of the case that we put on. Good evening and thank you.
She acts like this is like DEFCON 5 or something. That's a good question. Some reporter asked her whether or not making these statements outside the courthouse was appropriate. She did not respond. And then the reporter said, what, I'm not good enough for you? So they messed up the audio feed there so you could get
Toward you guys? No problem.
some feedback in that double sort of audio percussion that they had going there from the Crux, but
Hey, Bill. I'll take it.
but it's just part of doing these things live, I guess. Okay, so it looks like everything is over. We're gonna probably conclude this live stream now, but let me just quickly check.
Yeah, where do you want them?
I want to close it because I thought that. Okay, so now they're actually.
Yep, no problem.
Here we go. So let's just quickly check that CNN live update. Let's see if there's anything else before I conclude this. Yeah, there's nothing. All right. Thanks for watching. I'll probably be streaming about this later tonight. I'm going to take a little break here, get some food. I'll probably be back, I don't know, I think around 10 o'clock my time, Central Time. So probably see you then. Until then, let me find my closing slide here. I'll see you then. Peace.
Thanks for watching Command HQ with Brooke and Agent X. We'll see you next time.